Alright, folks, welcwelcome back. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は、412日目です。It is day 412. Got a lot to do today. Bit of a late start. I was busy catching some extra Z's. I thought about, shifting the second half of level 39 the next day, but looks like we're just gonna nip it in the bud today, or in this session anyways, along with a ton of other things. And we'll see how that goes. What time is it? Okay. Alright, let's get into it. Ooh. Serifu is very different, rare. Heal. 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 Daku 10. And Shugi. No? This is optimism. Gaku and Shugi.
楽天主義
And Shugi. Somewhere in there was a typo.
一人暮らし
生まる 狙う
油絵
Right. What?
偵察 甘く見る
Right. That's standard, right?
開口する。
唾
液。
液。
昼寝。由緒正しい。
味噌汁。
Hmm. Yeah.
まい。
韓国。
僕。What else? Okay. Mm.
年賀状。
That's not it.
Logo.
応援。舞台。
Wazoo. Huh. That's not. Oh no, it's waza. Wazato.
わざと。
Wazato. No, I haven't added the.
賄賂
賄賂。
言葉遣い
かける。
うーん。
漬物。
Pickled veggies, that's fine.
建
建
築。
築。What? Oh, that's. What? How? One. Read that they use the. Great. Okay.
払い。後継ぎ。
あと次。Thought this was inheritance. Oh, one is really. Rule is. Oh no, this is really. No, this is Itsu.
降りる。
降りる What the heck? How in the... Oh, is it like... No, that doesn't make... Oh.
Genshi 爆弾。
Mm.
Koreisha.
What? Huh, I don't... Inyo. Hmm. Okay.
Stareru. Hyoban.
Oban. Oban. Yo. Wait. Wait it. Judge.野菜、評論、家は、like appraisal? Hopefully some sort of evaluation. Not critique, not... We're talking about the... Is that vegetable? Oh no, not Yaku. eerie house. Or it could be person. Speed. Probably reputation.
Koe.
Or what?
経済的
I thought it was, oh,
くれない
Kunai.
Kaban.
Uh,
Kabuki.
Kabuki.
衣服
掲載する 恥知らず 営業
What? That's not run by business? Run by industry? Or industry? Company? Huh. This one is just business. Okay. Frame. Where did you go? Frame. Where did you go? Oh.
廃止、
美味しい。
更衣室、
占拠する
How does recognize? Uh-oh. I think it's can't be Ren. Oh, but that's definitely. Yeah, where does recognize go? Oh, like probably
確認する、
really thought this was no, or like to confirm something like that. Okay.
儲かる
Oh, too many E's.
委員会
What? Edition. Hmm. Is it? Oh. Right. What? Oh.
状態
寝不足、
消費 盛り上がる
営む、
甘党
遅い、
船酔い
船
潰れる。
温床。
寝る。
寝る。紹介状。
I have to sneeze. Okay.
寝坊。
Oh.
評論。贈収賄。
That's not what? Oh, wait. Definitely something wa. Oh,
加わる。
How do I? There's a more common meaning than something like to be added or something like that. Okay.
主営。
What? Same difference.
酔っ払い。小遣い。
懸命。
Why do I want to type Chico? Chico Kai.
自己紹介。
Oh, gotta move.
給油所。
脱走する。
一
一
室。
室
態度。
とうんあ
書評。
ー表
校舎。
校舎うん
応募する。
あ
遺伝。
ん
立てる。町外れ。
Slow and steady. Whoops.
評価。足跡。
戻り道。
Dang it, it's gone. Uh, 'Could use something else. They used Kun for this. Maybe another time.
跳ねる。募集中。失態。
社費。
This is different. Yeah, this is different. How is it different? You have... It's definitely a meh. Season for what? Ushime and keeping on season the turning point. No. What? What? That's not right. I thought it was... Oh,
配
I
慮
know. What? That's not key. The other one's definitely N. Unless... Oh, wait.
支援
Yeah. Same difference. Okay. Oops. Okay.
破
Yeah,
れる
booted. I don't understand why that's off. To get torn?
Mia
Yeah. Oh, wait. Okay. Oh, wait.
提案
Aeon. How do I bring up and bring up plans? Proposition?
Kokoroeru.
Kokoroeru. Like, okay, fair enough.
依然
이젠
amado
special.
鍋
Fine.
Majiru.
Ageru.
Same difference.
Kanpeki.
Picky. That's not it. Not what I think it is. The right. Is it? No. No. Oh, Setsu. I don't know it. Sway. No. Yeah, sway.
脱
This is
税。
it. Oh,
紹介する引く
縄跳び。 脱
あ、
線
線。Hmm. I lost it. Oh no.
記念
本類だ。
Oh no, wait. Just kidding.
叶える。
叶える。Hmm. Right? Oh. 大統領。
大統領
痛い。
はい。No, that doesn't make. Oh, hang on. This all has. Okay, on the hill. Right. What is that? Provide.
払い戻す。
払い戻す。Oh my gosh. Oh no.
作用
作用。素晴らしい。うっと。素晴らしい。素晴らしい。素晴らしい。
素晴らしい
And I don't know, like okay.
試験地獄避難
避難 Slow and steady. Oh, what? Oh,
否認。
取り戻す
取り戻す。
遺産。
三
遠慮。
遠慮
知るもの
Oops.
県営
考慮
Audio. Excuse me. The heck?
Angai.
Wait. Unexpectedly. Okay, fine.
.削除する
Huh? That no. Oh. Oh, you. Oh, shoot.
保守主義
Shugi. This
甘い
amai.
Madou.
Ado. You're right. Whoops.
Tsukayoi.
Hmm.
That's
That's any difference.
Hazukashigaru.
Oops. Whoops. Why
Mayu
you get?
Keizaigaku.
Sumasu.
Really? Same difference. Oh boy. Urayamashi.
羨ましい。
ぶど
I don't know how to spell honorable anymore. Oh, it's just an A. There's no extra E. Okay. Oops.
う噛む
Move. What? Oh. No. To compensate for it. Or yes. Oh. Hang on. Is it? No, I don't think it is. It's to pay. Or to cover.
Makanau.
Amazu. Annai.
What? This is employment, right? I'm getting there, getting there.
Keijiban.
Sakini.
責任感
Sakini on. Healing plus healing. Sakinin is responsibility plus duty sense. What is that? Freaking sheep. Hmm. Oh, strong. This, I don't remember this. I have no idea. Yeah, we gotta move that to that. I have no idea what that is. That sucks. So close.
Kuzureru. Mau.
Nenrei.
I keep thinking ka. Okay. Hello. Here. You dodged eat. No. Oh, I got this wrong.
Sakeru.
Sakeru. I think I have this written incorrectly. Yeah. At the ending incorrect. My head.
香り
And
変態
増や
Yes.
す 老齢
Send help. At roof. Wait. I don't think that is. I think it's supposed to. Hole. You're thinking hole. Okay. Then I think we're back to this. Oops. Oh boy. So what's going on here? I don't know. This. Oh, it's probably like Iki? No. You. It's itchy. Alright. Man, an hour and 15 to what? 251? It's kind of rough. Alright, so we have the second half of our lessons on level 39. I'm gonna take a short break before I go into lesson mode. Alright, I'll be right back. Alright, let's get into our lessons. The live's off? No, it's not. Taking a break. Hi. Edits anime, huh? Alright. Let's get into our lessons. Address C. I got ate for this, so it could be like this is gonna be different. Probably a double kun.
アテナ
Ateno sounds about right. Shogi. That's fair. Unexpected rendaku?
将棋
Shogi. Okay. How am I doing? I'm doing pretty well. I got a lot to do today. How are you doing? Alright. Home country. Oh, that's interesting. For neighbor? You're fine? Alright, cool. Sounds good. Interesting. 3 slides. See how you're going about that. Checking out the building that leads to your home country. What was this? Bang. It could be Ban or Han. Oh, okay. Where does the hole come from? Let's see. No, this doesn't carry any characters. I guess your home country is your hole. That's fine. 3 slides out this building. Not the greatest. You need some guidance related to learning Japanese? Yeah, and where are you getting that guidance from? Where to start from? Japanese got a lot of things to remember. Where to start? Well, I don't really give advice to people I don't know because I need to know what they do or what they have done before in order to do that. If you're talking about me, I would take something that you know that works and start from there. And what works could be to reflect upon how you acquired English in the first place. And you start from there and then explore while maintaining things you learned. So I imagine you've taken classes before, so you can start with formal education. Whether how successful you were with formal education, you can take the parts that work and then find alternatives and substitute for the things that didn't work. Right. Probably where I would start. Let's see. Oh. It's home country. Don't like the slides thing, so I think we're gonna take this and convert it. How do we convert this? Or guess that's a modified hand, probably. No, it could be like probably a grains. Oh no. Probably a converted B. You certainly are. Nation. Yeah. You're a beginner? Well, you're not a beginner if you're speaking English. with learning. So there's clearly something you did to learn English. That's where I would start. I would take and I would sit there and probably reflect on what it is that you were able to do going through acquiring the English language, and then looking at the available resources, pick apart the available resources online that reflect some of the things that you know for sure works, and then you start there. While you're doing that, you then begin to try to experiment and see what weaknesses that you have with your current approach to acquiring Japanese while looking at your English methodology. That's my opinion, obviously. Others would say, well, Japanese is not the same as English, so you should treat it differently. But I'm not really talking about Japanese or English being different. Like, the two languages are different. Your learning abilities are not different. They are seldomly ever different between each other. So what got you to learn English, all the techniques like scheduling, quizzes, exercises, maybe even flashcards or writing notes, looking at things, right? Contextually answering questions, that type of thing. All of those things you have done before in your life, hopefully in your life, whether it be like high school or college. That's a place to start, so you can start with that. Since I don't know anything about you, it would be very difficult for me to say anything else, right? I think the safest thing I can unofficially say is you have done a lot of things, so you're a beginner in something, but you're definitely not a beginner in something else. And having a discussion in English would imply that you're not a beginner in learning. Certainly not most of us, including myself, most of us are not masters of learning things, but we certainly aren't beginners of learning things. Okay, so we have beanstalk. I'm gonna substitute beanstalk for that. And then I can do building. Or hill. Hill is fine. Let's do building. Beanstalk and building. Suppose we can go with a building that is stocked with beanstalks is my home in home country. Okay, go with that. Prisoner. Shoot and not Ren. Shoot. Shujin. Shunin sounds okay. It's a 50-50. Shujin. Alright, we went with our gut. Condemned criminal. So what it got? Shike? Shikenin? Shikeji? Shikeshu. Ooh, interesting. Oh yeah, that's a shoe, not Yin or Jin. Right. Shikeshu is fine. Let's go. This is special.
Athena.
I haven't ever used this English word, addressee, but fair enough. Like interviewee, employee. Usually refer to it as like the respondent or the correspondent. Okay.
Shogi.
囚人
死刑囚
issue. Oh, I'm gonna sneeze. All right. Traffic jam. Sense. Sort of. Not really. But we'll take it. Bitter and stagnate for traffic jam. Guess one would be bitter, stagnate when you're stagnating in traffic. Let's see. Traffic's not in there though. Jutai. Okay. Doorbell. Yobi? Yobi Rin? I feel like Rin is gonna get a kunyomi somehow. Check it out.
呼び鈴
Nope. Okay, Yobi Rin is fine. Maybe because it's suffixed. Or it's a modifier. Yobi is a modifier. Abstain. Abstain as opposed to control. Kong. Abstain. Okay. Fingers to the sky to symbolize that you abstain from something. Offers you a fur coat. Abstain. Greatest word. Yeah, too. I guess control does kind of fall into that. You're controlling, you're restraining yourself. Control. This kind of looks like. Do we go with kun? Hong? They went with kunyomi because it's probably a verb first. More commonly a verb. Ika? Let's throw in some things like finger. Finger. What was that on the top? Hole. Construction. Construction. He. Abstain. You. You point at the. You point with your finger at the hole. The construction. Eat. What the? Maybe like in the hole in the construction, hole in the construction that is running out heat from the car. That must be abstained. Nah, I don't know. You point with your finger. Maybe. Fair enough. Abstain. Sure. Small bell. Yeah. This is probably a rin too. Can I get a rin?
鈴
Suzu? Oh, yeah, it's an item. So they went with doesn't say what type of kun or on, but it's probably kun, yeah. So it's an object. Suzu, fair enough. There is a chance it's still rin as an onyomi. Let's okay. Suzu. So what do we got? Oh no, wait. This is rin.
鈴
Okay. So how do we do this? Rin. That is rin. I don't know what I'm talking about. It's vocabulary. Okay. Rin. Small bell is the same deal. So we got su, small bell. Ring from su is from the zu small bell. Okay. Okay. Gifu or Gifu?
岐阜
Gifu. It's a place. So are we okay with that? Gifu. How do I know that's gi? It has a different read. I thought this was, oh, it's both gi and gi. Okay, I'm okay with that. I am okay. Okie dokie. So Spain point. Okay, oops.
予備輪
Wait. What the heck is a calling bell? A doorbell. Oh. Yes, fair enough. There's no door in it, but that's fine. Just like there's no traffic in the
渋滞
good time.
Suzu. Gifu.
Alright. Okay. Prosperity. Fair enough. Pile up. Prosperity. So can
流星
do you say? Oh yeah, do you say? Okay. Protuberance. A bulge? Oh, protuberance. Oh, oh man, protuberance. Really? Man, that is not a, that doesn't roll off the tongue. Protuberance, like protuberance. Or bulge. I can see why they didn't use bulge, but protuberance. Protuberance. It's interesting that it becomes protu despite protrube. Like protrude out, like protruding out. But it's protuberance. Interesting. More of an English thing. So when prosperity, oh man, that's okay. That's kind of rough. That's tough. Okay, so
Ryuki.
Ryuki. Ki is fine because of chi. What's this? It's WaniKani. Yuki. Hello. Yuki. Is that really the first instance of ki? Despite ki being onyomi? No. Yeah, kisho. Kisho. Okay.
Ryuki.
Yuki. Could be a tough one. That one doesn't quite work. To employ, we have ko. That's not gonna work. So what's the kunyomi for
雇う
yato? Okay. I didn't use yacht before, have I? It's not frequent enough. Alright, so we got ko. All employees still fine. Maybe we throw in the others. What do we do? Yeah, ko, employ. So ko and in the ya. Oh. All the products, all the they told the vegetables, the produce, by employing a to. Yato, okay. Not quite a person, but that's fine. Am I Vietnamese? I am not. 我是中文。中文人。中国中文。我是中国人。Would you know? Or at least 我的父母是中国人。我的媽咪和爸爸係福州人嘅。Yeah, I'm Chinese. Yes, indeed. Are you Vietnamese? In terms of, I'm American. American desu. I'm technically American. So I was I'm second generation American. So my parents are the immigrants. So Asian American. Nope, you probably could guess your race from your name. I don't really do that too much, but yeah, you're half Taiwanese though. Oh, okay. I see. Multinational or multicultural. Very nice. Like, what's the other half? I don't want to make any. I'm not very good with that particular combination of names. I am learning traditional learning to read traditional Chinese at the moment. Are you a heritage speaker or do you speak Taiwanese? Your mom is Thai? Oh, okay. That does check out. I don't know enough Thai to really know like the difference between like Thai, the peninsula, the little like bulge, like Cambodia, Nepali, and like Laos, Laotian and stuff, so I can't really guess too well. You plan to learn Mandarin too because your sister and dad lives there and you only speak English. Okay, so do you heritage speak at all? As in like you can hear and listen and still reply in English? Most of my life I'm a heritage speaker, so I listen but I still primarily use my common language. So my parents don't really speak English, so I'm a heritage speaker in terms of Fujianese. I speak a dialect. I speak their dialect from China, and that is not really close to Mandarin, but it's like not understood by Mandarin speakers. However, I understand Mandarin because other family members and other like people who are around me spoke Mandarin. I call them heritage speaker. Like I use this term heritage speak because technically if you're around family members who like speak a specific language, you can like still say like yes, no, like all right, and you can understand them, but you don't really want to, you don't commonly use it. Your common language is different from your heritage language, so to speak. That's fairly common when someone is learning another language. Like people, one of the more common reasons to learn another language is often people who are in between languages. When are you planning on learning Mandarin? You clearly understood what I said in Mandarin, so I imagine you have some sort of level of heritage speaking. Uh, 你什么时候开始学习中文？ To fire someone. Okay. You barely talk actually? Oh, you just graduated last year? Congratulations. Graduated from... Sorry, I'm a little bit old on the old side. So graduated from high school? Or college? Or graduate school? Graduation happened 3 times for me, so I have to ask where you're coming from. But you just wish to connect with them more and maybe live from uni? Congratulations on your is it a similar structure in Taiwan? Are you currently in Taiwan? Or are you in like you're somewhere abroad? Congratulations on your graduation from uni. It's a great milestone. What are you planning on doing with your degree? Maybe live with your sister for some months since you work remotely. Ah, okay. No, not yet. You're in Thai right now? Ah, okay. How does Thailand work when it comes to uni? Is it where you choose a field and then you had a bachelor's of something, like equivalence bachelor's of something, so like a 3-4 year institution? What was your degree in? That's really nice that you want to connect with your family, especially your sister. I mean, my sister is halfway across the world too. She's in Japan somewhere. So, and my sister and I have been like apart for pretty much most of our lives after we left the nest. She speaks English though. Bachelor's in CS? Oh, okay. Computer science. Any idea what you said you work remotely? If it's not too personal, what is it that you give me a give me a teaser of what you do in computer sciences. Are you back end, front end, computate like data management, something cybersecurity, communication? CS is definitely the most proliferative choice when I have been interacting with other people. Where does your English come from? Did you go to an English speaking place at some point and then, or is I a mandatory requirement for English? You're full stack. Oh, okay, but you learned towards game development because you made a lot of games during your uni. Oh, you working on a game now? I've come across a couple game like aspiring game developers. I hope I live long enough to maybe one day they'll come back or something and show me what they made. There is one person that I know who's currently in the UK studying machine learning and generative AI, of course. You play VR chat every day? Does that count? Oh, is that where your English comes from? Two other people mentioned VR chat. I haven't ever used VR chat, but from their descriptions, it sounds like a really wonderful place. The person that described it, they were talking about sign language. They started by being interested in sign language, and then that branched into other languages because of the advent of hand gestures, I suppose. I think anything really counts. Communication counts. I focus on communication when it comes to languages. So if you want to learn a language, ultimately it's tied to communication. And I spend most of my time, most of my skills are built around communication. So it definitely counts, if you're wondering. For me personally, no better source than communicating every day. In my humble opinion. So you use English mostly in VR chat? I mean you type. Well actually, do VR chat type too? I don't know how people communicate in VR chat. Is it through texting or do you speak? Let's see. Yeah, your plan was to take a yeah, the TO, yeah, I don't know if people say it out loud like TOEIC or something, but TOEIC exam. But you got a remote job from Philippines beforehand, so you didn't. Oh, okay. Some people only text, some also speak. Okay, so texting still is like a competitive. Texting and speaking are like represented. It's not like entirely one-sided. I see. Very interesting. VR chat and your post college. So Gen Z, huh? Okay, it's so like it's crazy. Like for me, I'm like out of the loop. I'm post VR chat, so I haven't really engaged in that part of Gen Z culture. The closest thing I have is like Twitch and YouTube, obviously. But like I rarely participate in like Instagram and TikTok and whatnot as well. So, when are you starting? And are you able to use it? So, and you also watch Twitch and YouTube? Yeah. Yeah, that's more of the millennial period, especially YouTube. You don't TikTok as well, apparently. Interesting. Kind of a trend. You're a trendier Gen Z. Obviously, we're using categorization as like a rough starting point, but it's, I think statistically, I think the vast majority of the population that use TikTok are either Gen Z or Gen Alpha now. So anywhere from like 25 years old and younger. And then millennials is a mixed bag. I happen to be one of those people. Like I watch YouTube shorts of TikTok shorts or of TikToks, but generally I occasionally dabble in like shorts. And shorts, I dabble in multilingual stuff. So I enjoy hearing people like go back and forth between languages. So shorts can be really useful in that, being exposed to multiple contexts while going back and forth. Usually those types of content would be, you would have two sets of subtitles, right? And then also two sets, the person would be acting in a way where they would be answering and responding to themselves both in English and in Japanese or whichever language. Although, as you can imagine, Taiwanese is probably the biggest representation of Chinese, largely because anything out of the mainland is probably, you'll probably have to go to a different source. Either go to Taiwan, right? Taiwan, which makes sense what you're deciding to do, or it's kind of not trendy at the moment. It would be great to be trendy. I kind of like seeing the world appreciate different macro languages. Japanese is obviously trending and disproportionately trendy because of its effect on game development and entertainment situations. Let me know. I would love to hear how your Mandarin goes. My Mandarin is later in the day, so I have to do my Japanese stuff before I get to my Mandarin stuff. You only enjoy short videos regularly. In your opinion, they are good for news or jokes, but for many topics, they require deep information. I don't think it's a good source of knowledge. I don't think most of the internet is a good source of knowledge. I think when it comes to the internet, the information is not curated well enough yet. However, maybe in a couple years, since the internet moved fairly quickly, maybe in a couple years there will be like a pushback for vetting and curating information. I think the vast majority of information on the internet is, when you're saying good sources of knowledge, I'm guessing you're more referring to wisdom, and most information on the internet is not curated based on wisdom or experience. It's usually propagated by echo chambers. It's propagated by accessibility. So when the knowledge is incredibly accessible and trendy, it's propagating it largely because it's available, not necessarily because it's based on some sort of experience from like an expert or something like that. It doesn't go through experts. It comes out as propagation. So like you can start a rumor and it can become a source of knowledge, but that knowledge is not based on wisdom. It's propagation on rumors. Yeah, your friend also said that Japan is very good at making games. Yeah, the trendy nature. I mean, Taiwan, actually now I'm kind of curious. Taiwan, I don't know if I know any gaming studios from Taiwan. Gaming studios. Let's look at a list. No homegrown. Oh well, that doesn't count. There is a branch of Riot Games that's in Taiwan, but that's Tencent. That's interesting. It would be lovely to see a Taiwanese game developer trend upward for it. Yeah, nowadays it's great to have an education outside of the internet, right? Again, congrats on your university, right? University thing. I think the security of what you said, a good source of knowledge, comes from the idea that when someone spends time with curated experts, right, like people who are teaching and people who have certain filters because of experience, then you can use the internet, quote unquote, properly, so to speak, for your own opportunities and gains, right? However, for others who do not have multiple different ways of curating information, it often doesn't necessarily translate into knowledge or wisdom. I do interact with 2 or 3 people, like off stream, about how they're learning. I'm like observing how they're learning, and they ask me questions and I ask them questions most of the time, and trying to see how they synthesize information, because there's a lot of information and there's a lot of redundancy in the information. How they can leverage that to create knowledge and then use that knowledge to create wisdom. It's kind of a mixed bag. Quite a mixed bag. Language learning is no different at the moment. Like someone trying to explain to me certain things, but they can only explain it in the way they memorized it from the information that they acquired from the internet. So a lot of times when they say, oh yeah, you know, it's because of this theory that this works, and I'm like, can you explain the theory to me? And they would like speak about the theory as though they're reading like a text or a script of somewhere that they gathered. There wasn't any there weren't any like level of critical thinking involved. It was simply to echo whatever was given to them. Like for example, oh yeah, this works by leveraging space repetition to determine the optimal way of dynamically adapting to one's memory retention over time. I'm like, can you explain what that means to me? Because you are speaking and writing in a specific way and then talking with me in a specific way, but then suddenly you sound like something else when you described a concept that you heard and read from online. It didn't explain it in the words that you commonly use. So that's one of the ways to tell when someone is speaking from memory, because they memorized it and they internalized it by hearing it over and over again, versus they understood it, so they are able to explain how it works and what and why it works for them anyway. And that's the last like 2 years of language learning. It's really remarkable how well people remember things. Like, what I mean by remember things is how well they memorize things. They're really excellent at memorizing and echoing something. To me, I think that's impressive, because to me, that's not how I remember things. Like, it is very hard to memorize everything you see on the internet. That's not how I figure out what is important to me and what is knowledge and what is wisdom. You have to be able to synthesize the information so that you don't reach a scalability problem. And computational, like computer science, for example, and algorithms and ChatGPT, for example, they help you with the memorization thing. I think sitting there trying to memorize, like, for example, the quoting all of the dialogue from a video game that you love is a source of information. Understanding and grouping all that information and paraphrasing it in your own words, why that dialogue is impactful to you, is a way to remember parts of that dialogue. But memorizing the dialogue is the information. The knowledge and the wisdom that comes from knowing that dialogue is what you present. And I think nowadays that's kind of how information is being seen, or knowledge is being seen. So to be sensitive to people online, that's what they equate as knowledge and wisdom, which is, if you saw a fancy gadget, like for example, how do you start learning Japanese? Someone would say use Anki because 1 million people use Anki and they were successful. That's information. Like, you told a stat. You gave the person a stat. It doesn't explain how it works or why it works and how they would know it would work for you and how it would work for you. Right? And that's kind of what it's like, I guess, nowadays to talk about things online. Like, oh yeah, I heard this restaurant had a lot of good reviews. And I'm like, okay. So did you learn anything from the review? Like the reviews, did you look at them? Did you read them? Did you form a pattern with them? Because I don't understand, just because a restaurant has a bunch of good reviews, it doesn't necessarily tell you anything. It's interesting. I'm saying this because I would imagine that after going to college and graduating, critical thinking is basically the GOAT. If I had to weigh what it means to graduate from college and maybe even go to graduate school or get a professional career or work in a company or something, generally it would, to be successful, it would require critical thinking skills. So if one doesn't generate critical thinking skills in this era of information, rarely does that information translate to actionable benefits or opportunities for the creative process. You also believe critical thinking only comes from actual activities? Yes. Yep. Critical thinking requires the application and the output of applying like any form of creation. Even reinventing the wheel is a proper way to safely engage in critical thinking. So it's not about being served explicitly the optimal anything. It's to spend the time being able to actualize it. That's one of your assets as a human being. So if you go to college, hopefully that's what you come out with. The most valuable thing is right here if you're talking about information. So if you're going to compete with the internet, with the inundation of information, that's not the important part. Because when you make games in your uni, you found out that the only way to really understand how to make a game is to start making games. Yeah, indeed. You mostly spend time to finding out your own patterns to learn something because you found out most of the time other solutions might not work best for you. Yeah. And then it's not really talking about best or worse. It's more about sufficiency, iteration, and seeking the best. So like critical thinking skills are often the challenge for the person to seek optimizing. So you aim for the best at the moment, but your best will consistently be developed through your life. Sitting there watching and reading is the most attractive like beginnings of that, but one has to follow through the entire process. And you know, having a degree in computer science, process-oriented thinking is a must. So if you graduated with a CS degree, by the time you come out of it, I would say it's a high chance that one would end up appreciating what process-oriented thinking is, which tackles critical thinking and problem solving. Nowadays, when you're not in a, like, if you do not have exposure to like academics of that nature or activities of that nature, the process is lost most of the time. So there's no process oriented thinking, therefore there's no incentive for critical thinking. Like, for example, when someone is told you use this product and you get a result, there's no attention to process. So they go and try to do it, and it's not guaranteed that the person would understand the process because the process was already presented to them. So they have no like input or output regarding the steps and stuff. They simply trust, trust the process. This phrase changed a lot over the years. Trust the process. And from my point of view, I graduated from college, and then I did a PhD in molecular biology at one of the top universities in the United States. When back in the day, like the old days, I suppose, I don't know if I sound like a boomer right now, when you say trust the process, you're talking about the process oriented thinking. So like when you're trusting the process, it is assumed that you are making alterations and iterating and refining, right? Iterate, expand, innovate, right? Iterate, innovate, and refine. That's what the process is. You're trusting that when you're doing something, it's going to end up doing these things. But nowadays, when I hear language learners, for example, say trust the process, they're talking about taking a methodology and full sending. So like the methodology works already. You're making the assumption that it works, and then you trust it by doing input only. So when someone says I need advice or guidance online, which coincidentally happened a little bit earlier before we started talking, they're looking for a methodology that's already tested in order for it to be 100%, so that when you input only, as in you have no feedback or no iteration or innovation or refinement in the process, it would work. And that's kind of what oftentimes the new age of AI is supposed to do. It's supposed to remove process-oriented thinking. You ask for an answer and it gives you the answer. There's no reasoning skills or anything in between. You can still, that doesn't mean you can't do it with this. It's just that when I see people use AI, for example, they're not interested. So you're not interested in this yet. Maybe in the future there will be like different ways to try to encourage process-oriented thinking. But for now, what Google has created, like the search engine, right, and then Wikipedia and whatnot, is that you don't need to think about the source of the information or the application of the source of information. You are looking for answers. And the moment you find an answer, you don't have to refine, iterate, or anything. So whenever someone says what is the best way to do something, when they Google what's the best way to learn Mandarin, for example, they would iterate on the information. So like, oh, this is the top app to use for learning Japanese. And then they would iterate on the idea that the information says it's the best app to learn for Japanese, as opposed to being interested in why
how, with relation to your own experience, does this information track? Like, so there's no filtering or adjustments and whatnot. And that's kind of what I've learned in the last 2 years of sharing my language learning experience. And for the record, I've been streaming on Twitch for 7 years now. In the early days, I tried to use gaming as a source, play video games as a source to connect with younger people like Gen Z, and apply critical thinking skills to video games. I don't necessarily play video games first and foremost for fun or entertainment. I actually try to use video games, which is a source of fun and entertainment for other people, to have a excuse, sort of speak, a setup to try to encourage them to exercise critical thinking skills. Because if you're going to play a video game, maybe squeezing in a little critical thinking skills would allow them to find it fun, like find it interesting. It's a thing called I'm using habit coupling. Habit coupling is a way to get someone to think of something as fun when it's attached to something that's already fun. So language learning is very similar. So if we go back to learning language, or learning like a lower language like C++, Java, or Python, seeing something that you're already using is the foundation for how you would iterate on a new habit. So like game development is an excellent way to think about it. You play video games, then sparking the critical thinking skills necessary by looking at how a game is designed, like as opposed to you play games for fun at first. But then if you can encourage someone to think about the theories and the practical questions that game design has to answer, that can encourage that person then to explore game development. And that becomes more of a habit in the future, where game development thought is associated with the fun and entertainment of playing the game, which is what I was trying to do in the first 5 years. I still do it, by the way. And I use language learning as one of the premise for encouraging people to learn another language while playing the game. So recently I've been playing Kiwami 3, and Kiwami 3 is dubbed in 3 languages. So we sometimes talk about the game development side of things, but like the game theory side of things, I myself do not do like full stack things. However, I'm a bit downstream when it comes to trying to explain game mechanics in the way of behavior. So you want to attach habits, because learning a language involves that it's a habit. If you're playing a game and you actively know that there are different languages to compare, you can make it a habit that is fun. Associating habits is very powerful. Like, for example, when you're younger, you would be rewarded for a task completed. So oftentimes that reward becomes attached to the task. And nowadays, gaming is a lifestyle. So gamification is a testament to how well gaming has become a lifestyle choice. So you can leverage that habit slowly, right? Slowly at whatever pace that other person may want. And that's kind of how I try to encourage people to learn things. I focus on learning most of the time. When I was in graduate school, my romantic idea of a career was to continue teaching people while like doing my own thing. So this is not that too far away, but I'm not in science anymore. At the moment, not in science anymore. Yeah, it happens so many times, because one of the best ways to learn to make games is also to look into the other games and how they made them as well. Yeah, it's interesting. Anyways, I look forward to hearing about your language thing. is there a use case for you to learn another language while working on your remote work? Do you speak in different languages or anticipate to speak in different languages when you're gonna start working elsewhere? Or is it predominantly English at the moment? Let's and I'm gonna continue with these lessons here. I need to figure out how many lessons I have on WaniKani today. You're going to, okay, so let's we got what? Keiko?
解雇す
Oh,
る
kaiko suru. Hai for untie. Untie and then employ. Oh, untie the employment. To fire someone. Kaiko suru. Basically to let go of their employment. Kaiko suru. Kai. Why did I think it's ke? Okay. Employment itself makes sense. Koyo.
雇用
Okay. I ask, what was it that you popped in? Like, is it the language part? We could totally go back and forth in Chinese. I think my Chinese is like okay, like all right. Work remotely, spend most of the time at home, right? Lonely, starting talking to people in VR. Gotta learn some languages, find better chances in career path. Maybe you show up on your feed. I showed up on your feed. May I ask, what do you think? What do you think you were doing that caused the algorithm to relate to what my feed was? I only have tags that deal with learning, education, psychology, executive function, and then obviously Chinese, Japanese. So those are like the key words. However, it makes me I'm curious how it showed up on your feed. Like, because of that must mean that you had some sort of interest with those particular things. Largely because the random suggestions, like how like YouTube inundates or populates randomness in their consumers' feeds, their end user feeds are actually popularity based, not necessarily. Well, algorithm does its work well. Yeah, the idea is what I'm saying is, was there any tether that you could have discerned that would suggest such a feed? Like oftentimes when I think about how my feed works, my phones are here. I have Google devices on my table, and I'm unapologetically, I know that my phone's is receiving whatever I'm speaking here. So whenever I look at the end of the day, a lot of the stuff is related to what I speak about. So whenever I talk during the stream and doing things, it tend to direct me towards the things. So I don't actually have to necessarily remember when certain subjects come up. I remember them by participating in it. So like if we talked about a show, for example, and we would say something like keywords like Taiwanese drama, and then at some point when I go on my phone in the evening or on YouTube or something, there would be something related to that, and that would help me remember the details of the person I'm talking to. So I remember people because of the context that the devices provide for me. And it's interesting to hear how other people seemingly, you know, there are many feeds that would probably overlap with whatever I'm doing here. And The algo just happens to suggest that. It's interesting. Like some people say like it's unrelated, completely unrelated. So they would say something like, "Oh, you know, I was looking at like cat videos or something, and it's because at the very moment I was talking about cat videos, but there wasn't anything that I provided that had anything to do with cat videos." Game dev, programming, architecture, self-improvement, finance, investment, and business. Maybe some of those tags are related to your content. Oh, yeah, I talk about nearly all of those things. Probably self-improvement is the quickest one, but I do self-improvement. Lots of the theories in finance and investments and businesses, or operating businesses, is involved in self-improvement. And then game dev and programming is my backdrop, the backdrop in order to relate. So yeah, most of those things. Architecture, I haven't really talked about architecture in a long while. It was a French person that I met who was learning Chinese. Haven't heard from them in some time. They're working on their degree at the moment at uni, and they talked about architecture, specifically like the contrast of French architecture and like Eastern architecture in a way. That definitely hits most of the notes. I talk about finance on occasion, and then businesses because people would ask. I'm not a finance expert or like a investment expert. However, the people who talk about or ask me about finances and investments when they're out of their curiosity, I would say I'm above average on those. So we occasionally talk about finances, and finances and investment are more talk about it in a self-improvement manner. Like, for example, how do you invest? For example, how do you invest in a skill? Right? This runs parallel with businesses. Businesses and finance operates on very similar principles on how you invest in a skill. And when you invest in a skill, that branches to self-improvement. This often is the self-improvement side is on the branch of self-help. So the concept of self-help, because a lot of individuals are seeking sustainable ways of self-help. Self-improvement is a bigger sphere because self-improvement could be optional. It could be voluntary. Self-help is non-voluntary. They're seeking something that they need, while self-improvement can include something that's non-voluntary and optional. And then investing in a skill is even more optional than that, right? Investing in a skill doesn't necessarily have to lead to self-improvement. It can lead to business, finance, business and finance, which is dealing with optional gains. It's not out of necessity, but more like optional gain. And one of the business and finances branches is game development or game industry. And then occasionally game industry, there's other forks like fitness, nutrition that would come up because that's the colloquial way of interacting with the internet. These are very common things. Game industry, nutrition, nut nutrition, and fitness. Sometimes education, seldomly education. People are not very interested in education. Or communication, seldomly communication. I make it about communication though. That's where I come in. I throw in communication skills and critical thinking skills. Neat. You just made your ETF investing plan last week? Oh. Being an ETF, huh? Split 2 out of 4 of your salary for investing, another 2 to invest in skills and living. I see. ETF investing plan. I don't I can imagine what the ETF investing plan looks like. However, for the sake of being discreet, you don't have to share anything. Like I won't be sharing anything about ETF investing strategies either. It's nice to know that you're like forward thinking and you're looking at investing in your future, right? And then you're doing a split 2 out of 4 is 50-50. I mean 60-40, right? The 60-40 ratio for investing. It is certainly an interesting speculative time for ETF investing. Like very interesting. I'll do a fun little joke in case maybe this will hit. Those precious metals though. Am I right? I haven't said that at all, but people aren't interested in investing obviously, but those precious metals though. Or I guess we can throw in like the AI not bubble situation. The arms race. You spent and then another 2 to invest in skills and living. Yeah. And then most of my consistency stuff that I talk about is the investment in skills and life skills. The basic principle that I often talk about is life skills. The concept of life skills contributing to holistics of one's aptitude. So like self-improvement basically, right? How when you invest in life skills, it has a holistic effect on how well you self-improve in any skill that you develop. So like if you're looking to invest in your I don't know, your coding project for the future 2 years, if one of your life skills is incredibly deficient, then investing in that life skill can create uplift in any of your other skills following. So like things like sleep height, that's why I brought up fitness and nutrition. Fitness, nutrition, if they are not sufficient and they become a rate limiting step, like a bottleneck, those are the life skills. So this is like executive function situations. So that the skills and living, I like how you separate it, invest in skills and living, because living would be in the realm of life skills, and then the particular skills that we talk about are voluntary skills, like creative skills and whatnot. And oftentimes life skills are neglected. Like someone who has an incredible mental capacity for learning language has deplorable time management. Like they have poor time management. So regardless of their aptitude on how well they're able to acquire a specific skill, they have the potential, right? The potential, people talk about potential a lot, but they don't typically operate at their potential, largely because there's a bottleneck in life skills. And one of them is time management. Others is like the concept of delayed gratification, right? Delayed gratification can probably go much deeper than that, but that's kind of one of the concepts. I say I've been doing this stuff for quite a long time, and most of the time it's difficult for me to convey. I'm working, I'm trying to improve on how to convey some of these things. Whenever someone says, oh yeah, I have to make time to improve my life skills, my thought is any time you have time is an excellent time to improve your life skills. You can couple the enjoyment of improving your life that also feeds back on any skills you invest. And then there's like investing, the financial investing situation, in which it doesn't necessarily tackle your skills that you're actively working or your life skills. So yeah, those are really strong 3 concepts, because investing has an element of non-autonomy. You don't have control over that. The skills you choose to invest in, you have control over, and then the living lifestyle thing you have control over, outside of like, you know, the mortality of human existence. But that's a minor contributor. And then you have the financial side of things, or like the market side of things, or people's opinion side of things. Those are things you can't control. So there is a 4th prong a lot of times. You have like financial investments is definitely one. Then you have your skills, and then you have life. There's also one, public opinion. There's public opinion, so that is your reputation. Reputation is another. And this, oftentimes people favor reputation at the cost of life skills, their current skills, and their finances. And this is like net speak. This is the hustle. And reputation is obviously a hybrid. It's a hybrid of control elements and uncontrollable elements. While finances is largely uncontrollable, you're trying to predict, but you specifically do not have that control over like the outcomes. We're talking about like the outcomes of reputation and whatnot. And then skills, you have control, majority control, like 80-20, right? There is biology, that's where the other 20 comes from. And then your life skills is supposedly 100, but we're going to put it like 90-10. This is like unforeseen circumstances, right? Mortality is an unforeseen circumstance. Finances, I would put at like 40-60. Control, uncontrollable. And then when your reputation is even less, it's 60-40. So you have control 60%, or not the other way around. Yeah, and then uncontrolled. So these are like the 4 things that at some point when I'm talking to someone about skill development, it involves all of these. Like many people are motivated by their reputation, the idea of reputation. And this is, yes, it feels like you have control, but there's enough aspects of things that you can't control, like other people's opinions and their feedback and how they see you, right? Or either you hate or not. That's why this is it. But finances have a little bit more less control, but the nice thing is it's a different aspect of uncontrol. Then we have skills in life. In fact, when you're talking to someone about reputation, they often think of reputation as a combination of finances and life skills. And because they think about it this way, they feel like both finances and life skill has a lack of control. So they would end up getting 20-80 feeling when they combine these two, because there are actually more things that they feel they're unable to control. So like their health, their hygiene, their sleep hygiene feels like they have no control over that. And then it has something to do with coupled with their finances. And then it impacts, both of these impact their reputation. Hence the whole like getting burnout and all that stuff. Burnout, then everything else falls apart. Their studies crumble. Pretty much the most common type of dialogue that I have with people. So you plan to start creating and post content when you're strong, when you have strong finances, lifetime, and skills enough, like in a year or 2. I look forward to it. I really look forward to it. Like if this is gonna be the last time we ever speak in a year or 2, like I would love to hear how you start that. Yeah, definitely dependency is not what I'm aiming for. So I do look forward to hearing your projects. I did the same, more or less. When my finances were strong, my lifetime and skills aligned, then I started using and double dipping on my skills. So my life, skills, and finance, I'm double dipping, right? And that is kind of a lot of people right now that has stuck around in conversation with me. They're all like 6 months, a year, 2 years away from executing on their goals of that, their short-term goals on that. And I think that is a great way to change the landscape of the internet, where now it's about stepping up and having a strong basis for people who have strong finances, life skills, and time management skills, and particular skills that when secured, they're represented, their information and sharing is represented through their experiences. I think the times of reiterating on information is coming to a peak, as in like it's descending as opposed to increasing, right? As you probably have noticed when you're watching YouTube shorts and stuff, at the moment it's still very strong. It's the most dominant form of monetization and or a creation. You iterate and echo information, right? Like whether it's part of your routine or not, the side hustle is to iterate information, to spread information that favorably promotes your content. So you trend information as opposed to you trend things that are filtered through experience. I feel that that's becoming less and less trendy because of exhaustion or human behavior that is iterated, right? So for example, like if an info becomes viral, right, it feeds back on itself, right? That doesn't mean that I would say greater than 80% of the people are not attached. They are not attached to this information. They simply propagate it. That means that the information that's being propagated is not reliable. Right, there's no reliability. Most of the ways information is being presented now when they post content is not post experience. It's taking information and iterating on it. So much like AI, right? If AI makes a statement, say it makes an error, but that error was based on the human data. So you have the human data and it goes through AI and it makes an error. That error is given to the end user. But because that end user is propagating data, it goes back into the human data and then it goes back into the AI and it propagates this error. That's the human way of echo chambers. This is the echo chamber that's happening. And you don't need AI to do this. AI speeds up the process. And the only way outside of this echo chamber is something outside of it. You know, it's outside of this system, outside of this loop. And that deals with experienced professionals. Right? Experienced professionals can inject information into the system to maybe like balance the information or something like that. But generally speaking, AI has facilitated the echo chamber. So anything that's within the system will propagate on its own. So if an end user like provides information in the system, it can be propagated into the AI, right? So all information is in a confined pool. It doesn't have outside supervision. So whenever you hear like, oh, did you hear that this is the best thing ever, and then you go look at it, it's like, well, it's the best thing ever because all the people that spread the information already agreed it was the best thing ever. It's not through peer review or scrutiny that that information is correct, or like that information has some semblance of rigor or vetting. So whenever you hear a new trend, it's a trend. It's not reliable information. You hope it's a reliable information, like coincidentally it's reliable information. But generally speaking, a large majority of the information is circulated. They're not transformative. They're not outputting new things, right? Like truly generative, for example, truly generative ideas are still kind of exclusive to humans for now. And I'm not saying AI can't do it, or like it's beyond my comprehension. But right now, humans is a source of transformative information. So for now, if humans are reliant on a cycling information, then they're not incentivized to be human, basically. So what does that mean? It means sometimes it translates to the lowest level on behavior. Like when someone explains something to you, it sounds like they're regurgitating information. They're not regurgitating what they learn from their life experiences and the human experience. They're regurgitating what information that has been regurgitated and iterated, like through exposure, not like refined, but through exposure. They're good at saying the same thing over and over again because they don't need to go through all of the experiences that they have. So it's very easy to sound well informed and still incredibly uneducated. That's like 80 to 90% of content on the internet right now. Yeah, and I think it's coming to a peak. And hear me out, I'm not calling people stupid. Like, I have to say this all the time. People are very smart. And because they're smart, they find the easiest and fastest way to do things without having to do it the hard way or any form of effort, right? And that's why the internet is the way it is now, because it is the fastest and easiest way. One of the basic human conditions is to be efficient. So if you ask someone, hey, do you want to be inefficient? Let's go and solve this math problem. It's like, but I could just ask ChatGPT to solve the math problem for me. Like, yes, both of them are part of the human experience, right? Like the human condition is that you're smart enough to make everything as easy as possible for yourself. That works as a counterbalance when you have experience to learn how to self-improve and solve problems. It is not sustainable when you're young and all you do is that. So if you spend all your time growing up knowing that 80 to 90% of that content is cycling existing information, how are they ever going to enter the process of generating new novel ideas? Especially when you have to solve a problem, right? If the problem becomes outside, if it's not in the cycling of that information, that problem, to solve that problem would require the generation of novel ideas. It doesn't happen if you're young and you didn't have an opportunity to do that, right? The young people need opportunity to exercise the other part of being human, which is constructing novel ideas to solve problems. Most of the problems are quote unquote already solving for them. Yeah, and I earnestly do feel this is a very reasonable argument. 80 to 90% is cycling information. And it works to my benefit personally. And I'm gonna be real with people. I use this concept of 90 to 80% cycling of content in order for me to break the ice. I start by breaking the ice using this concept. And I've challenged this concept over and over again. Like I keep telling myself, okay, well, if I believe this to be true, what's my null hypothesis? My null hypothesis is to challenge to see if they do not adhere to this. And what is that? Use trends. Use trends to create profiles, right? Use trends to create profiles, and then use communication skills. Whenever I meet like a stranger or something online, this is why I stream. And then I challenge the null hypothesis. I tell myself like, okay, so I'm assuming people do not adhere to the bias selection of content, and the content that is devised based on trends. It turns out it's still about 80 to 90%. Like I meet about 1,000 people a year, right? That's a modest amount. Other people meet like 10,000, 100,000 a year when they have conversation. I meet about 1,000 a year, and 9 out of 10 times, usually between 9 to 8 out of 10 times, that person would adhere to the 90% of trending content. So what happens is it gives me an efficient way to create a profile at any given time in order to break the ice. And then I use this icebreaker as a way to develop human experiences. So hopefully that in a matter of 2 or 3 hours when we're conversing between strangers, I'm able to effectively break the ice using what the algo is. I'm not sure if it's becoming really obvious why I asked you about like how did you come across my feed and all that, because I want to learn where you're coming from based on your profile, and then I can get closer to you by asking about your human experiences. Because all of this stuff, that's like the first step. You don't learn about someone using the first step. The first step is to break ice. So as a communication, at least I'd like to become a communication specialist in the future when it comes to interacting with human and human contact in the landscape of automation. How do you break ice? You use this to your advantage. You understand that trends and exposure, mere exposure is what I'm talking about in psychology. You use that churning effect to determine what the trends are on mere exposure, and then you can find a very effective way to break the ice. And then the moment you break the ice, you spend more of your efforts developing the human experience, because that moment is missing. It's lost now. I think a lot of people spend a large majority, like over 50% of their time. How do you know if you've actually break the ice? By the inherent voluntary sharing. So you shared your ETF plans with me. I asked what you were planning to do, but these are specifics. You shared all, like, the way you understand. If you're able to know when the ice is broken is when there are specifics that the person is providing that you did not request. So I did not request what type of specifics. You offered it voluntarily. So that's when ice is broken. You don't have to say anything. And hear me out. My success is very low, by the way. When I said 9 out of 10, 9 out of 10 times, people behave in their profiles, like the trend, because of mere exposure. That also means that of those 9 out of 10s, conversation ends. Conversations end without voluntary information. Without voluntary information. So often I would ask something like very general, right? Like, so what are your prospects after graduating graduating university, right? You could have said, like the the other 90%, that, oh, you know, stuff. That is not breaking ice because this person is still on the outer layer of communication, right? So there's various layers of communication. Generalities are at the surface. If someone persists when you ask a question, persists to provide generalities, then you're on the outer layer, so you have not broken in. You can consider this as an onion model. I typically use an onion model. However, you could also consider this like an ice. So the surface of the ice is on the outside and you're trying to break in, right? You're trying to break the ice. So when you're getting into here, there is certain levels of voluntary things. Like you can probably tackle academics. I typically use academics personally. And then here would be something personable, like relations, parents, motivations, inspirations. And then here is where we would create social X, which I don't typically hop right into social X. Like I'm not going to call you a potato or a goober all of a sudden and expect you to understand my euphemisms for my own personal form of communication. So right now my level of communication is nowhere near this level in the end, but you did volunteer that on your own. You have volunteered information, quite a lot of specifics that I would say 90% of the time people don't even say anything. Like the person I talked to recently, right before you, said, "Hi, I want to start learning Japanese. Need guidance." Right? And my response was, "I don't know you. So I'm only comfortable in telling you what you already know. So look, how you start Japanese is to look for you, what works for you, and start there. So you have acquired English, so in some way there are things that worked that you can iterate on, and then you can explore outside of that iteration in order to start. Because that person, despite saying, 'Hi, start Japanese, need guidance,' they didn't share anything else with me. Like no other information. When I mentioned like, well, since we're strangers, there's no way I could possibly offer any form of guidance that I would be comfortable with because I need to know the elements and specifics of you. And if that person voluntarily shared those things, then the ice is broken. But it's not the same ice. So I went around and spent about 30 minutes talking about how to assess like existing skills and whatnot in order for them to start, but they already left. So the conversation already ended. It ended without acquiring anything new about the person other than they want to start Japanese. I happen to be someone who have started Japanese 2 years ago, and they needed guidance, but they didn't really need guidance because they were looking for information that I can't provide without breaking the ice. So that's kind of like the whole idea of consultation. I'm not a professional consultant, by the way. I don't consult professionally in any capacity, so take it with a grain of salt. I'm not a communication consultant either. These are like commentary based on my past experiences. So in this way, no ice is broken. This is what 90% of the conversation looks like after like 7 years of streaming, right? While applying what I learned from teaching college students and interacting with my peers and whatnot, my colleagues in science. 90% of the time, this is surface level. That's as close as you get. You feel me? So most of the people stuck in the process of trying to break the ice. Yeah. And it sucks. Like what I mean is, I wish that's not the case. I think humans are far more profound and awesome when they're able to break the ice. So if you are able to take advantage of that, like for example, I've gotten this question before, and it's going to involve language learning, right? Eventually you have to talk to someone. Like the sole purpose of you learning a language typically revolves around interacting with other human beings, not a machine, right? I mean, you could interact with a machine. There are minor people who like to simply be loners and consume content on their own, right? Even though that content is generated by humans that they're consuming, that would require an understanding of the human spirit. But most of the time, like someone asked me, how do I make a friend? Right? And usually I would ask them, what have you done before? Because we're strangers still, so I need to know, what have you done before? Did you learn anything? Like, you know, why, how, learn, etc. from them. And a lot of times the things they describe is that they can't break the ice. The way they make friends is coincidence. And coincidence come from coinciding information and coinciding tasks. So like a friend, to the first step of friendship is if you played Minecraft together. Minecraft is the source of info and XP. The friendship comes from the coincidences. So at most, people exchange information. They rarely exchange their experiences. Without the properties of experience, you do not break the ice. Ice is broken here. So you can take the information, which is like the 80% or 90% of churned info, and you're giving them the opportunity to integrate their experiences in order to break the ice. So when someone says, how do I make a friend? I ask them, what have you tried before? What do you commonly do? To me, I'm doing the null hypothesis, right? I ask this question, what have you done? Because I have to test my 80%, 90% churned information, right? Because this is the algo speak. This is net speak. So if they say something different, then we're already past the ice part. But if they say the same thing that represents 80 to 90%, they haven't decided to share with me something that I don't already know and that they don't already know. So when they say, how do I make a friend? And I ask, so what's the problem right now? It's like, well, everyone's introverted. That's 80 to 90% of the cycled information. And I would ask them, so what about introversion makes it hard to make friends, right? Do you know what it's like when you talk to an introverted person? And they're like, well, they're all introverted, so of course they're not going to want to talk. And my first thought is, can you imagine or envision what it's like of two introverted people being friends and talking to each other? And they're like, well, I can't tell, right? Well, what they can tell, what they would do is they would say, well, it's like this. And they would explain the problems, like all the problems of two introverted people, or like introverted people interacting with other people to get conversation, but it's not their experience. It's not their experience. It's this information that's being churned. So if it aligns with everything that I already know, it's unlikely to be theirs because there's not enough specifics. They would say something like, well, introverted people feel exhausted when they communicate to another person, so then they can't keep it sustainable, and then there's all these other things, and then they throw in ADHD, and then they throw in like nervousness and insecurities. But I haven't heard a specific detail that is anecdotal to them. So the moment I can get a particular anecdotal specific, then we're getting closer. Like we're breaking the ice, like we're going deeper now. Most of my conversations do not go past this stage. So someone would say something like, well, I have trouble speaking to people online because online is not the same as IRL. That would be 80 to 90%. Online is not the same as IRL. And the reason why I say this is because I represent the ice break. When I tell someone eventually, and I won't tell them until they know that they're breaking ice with me, what is it like to speak to an introverted person? I am an introverted person. Like, without a doubt, in my 40 years, I can, almost 40 years of life, I can assure you that having a conversation with an introverted person is not the way someone imagined it to be when it's based on circulated generalities of that. Introverted people actually have even deeper conversations with each other than extroverted people. Like, what I mean is the consequence and experience that I'm saying does not, it's hard to empathize with it without experience. So what's echoing and churning becomes more general and general information, and it's accelerated by AI. So anything that's algo based and it's cycling, it becomes more and more general. There is lacking specifics. So nowadays, it's a bit ironically to my advantage, or not maybe ironically, but opportunistically for me, it's easier for me to see when ice is broken. It was harder back then because there wasn't such a large gap. Like when someone says, oh, hey, are you doing in classes? That would be probably one of the earliest places you would interact with ice breaking. You both are in school, right? School is the coincidental context. Coincidental contact, right? Or context. We'll use the word context. And because of that, school can present problems. And those problems may trigger coincidences to form into actionable skills, like having an argument or something like that. But on the internet, it's entirely optional. So when someone says the internet, right, is not the same, when you cycle, the internet is not the same as IRL, you have to qualify that. And oftentimes qualifying that requires critical thinking skills. So I'm like tying all the themes that we had together. Critical thinking skills. But if you spend most of the time and you never get this, then there's got to be another way to try to tackle this. So the tackling this is, can I ask them? So basically I would ask questions, can you qualify this, and hope that they would volunteer specifics that I would not be able to find in the 80%, 90% churning, right? That's a really high flag, but less ideal, because it could still be that the ice is broken despite it being this. That's perfectly fine. That's still a win. We're talking about like sufficiency. So if it's sufficient, the telltale sign is when the specific can't be found in the general mythos. So for example, I will give you a language learning example. When I'm talking about WaniKani, you ask me, what is this? It's WaniKani. And I gave you a generality. WaniKani is, I only said this is WaniKani. I actually didn't explain anything about WaniKani, right? So now that we've broken the ice, so to speak, or at least I have an indication that we have broken. WaniKani is an SRS system. Sort of, people use the word flashcards, right? Flashcards, and I'm sure if we have to integrate your share of being a CS major, SRS systems is a kind of a rudimentary like recursive kind of like a schedule. We'll just say a rudimentary scheduling system. That's what SRS is, right? And then it uses in the form of a flashcard. Flashcard is like the human behavior. The visualization is a flashcard. So what it does is it plays on recognition and memorization at the very fundamental level. So this is the first level of thinking. And that's where most people start when they think about language. They use recognition and memorization in the form of a trigger stimulus. So this is triggered. The flashcard triggers your memory, right? Triggers your recognition and your memorization. And the SRS system is the foundation of why WaniKani is popular. So what makes WaniKani popular, along with Anki and any other form, is this SRS system, which again is a rudimentary system to help people schedule, like schedule exposure. So it's scheduling basically mere exposure. How does this relate to all the internet talk that we had? Mere exposure is the foundation of how information is remembered online. So WaniKani and Anki and HanziHero, by the way, the thing that I'm using afterwards, I haven't ever used flashcards or SRS systems to remember things. Like in my 38 years of life, or like 36 years of life before I started all of this, I did not use this system. I don't use repetition anymore. Like maybe as a kid when I was 10 years old, there might have been recognition and memorization. I used that as a default. But nowadays I use critical thinking skills like mind webbing and logic and rationality to create retention and understanding. However, I'm participating in this because this is the 80 to 90%. SRS is excellent because most people lack a rudimentary way to schedule their system, and it uses mere exposure, which is what most people who are chronically online use to remember information, to remember things that are online. So that information translates to 80%. This creates a logic loop. So what happens is when someone says this is the best way to learn something, like Anki and WaniKani, which is SRS, to me it is not the best. It is simply the best because it's in a loop. And it is the best, like when I say it is not the best, is I disagree, so it makes it not the best to me. However, because it tackles mere exposure and it compensates for the lack of scheduling. Scheduling is a life skill that we mentioned earlier. Time management. Life skill requires critical thinking skills. Most life skills require critical thinking. So in order to create an adequate scheduling system, like your school, when you go to school, that has been enforced on you. A scheduling system, obligations, exams, homework assignments, testing, all of those are being exposed to you for the first time. And when you have a problem, you have to critically think in order to make it successful. You know, the way you mentioned earlier when you were talking about doing things and then actually finding out what works for you and how you iterate on it, because it's exercising your critical thinking skills. So school does that. However, when people are chronically online, the strongest way of learning, like the most practiced habitual forming, so now we bring into habit formation. Habit formation is mere exposure. You see the thing over and over again, you get blasted and targeted over and over again. Like if you want to convince someone to buy new shoes, serve them an ad on all of their favorite habitual programming, and they would more likely to buy the shoe. If they don't, they would more likely bring up the shoe with other people that they speak with. So this is the churning aspect. It is the most effective way to do business. And what I mean by business is not emotional. If you want to make a profit, you use mere exposure because the system iterates on itself already through mere exposure. So then I would tie all this up to the internet hustle culture, which does exist IRL. Like, it does exist outside of the internet. However, there is significant enough noise when you take into geography, human interaction, like accessibility, that the hustle is harder. It's more difficult to do. Like when you go outside and you visit one bar and then you visit another bar, the idea of having all the bars echo each other is very difficult. It's far more difficult than what you can do on the internet. You don't even have to move anywhere physically to develop your own echo chamber. And that's how you do business. Yeah. That's kind of my running model right now. 7 years of streaming. I'm trying to like summarize at least 7 years of streaming as quickly as I can. You can see my point. I like the way of asking questions, but where or events would you recommend to go in order to find someone that you can have a conversation breaking through the ice? Where could you find it? I recommend go in order to find someone, like a networking potential, right? Networking privileges. For the internet nowadays, it's tied with you saying you want to post content, right? If you're talking about networking opportunities, so chances of networking, especially nowadays, like if you're taking, like, let's just say you want to leverage technology. Yeah, you're thinking about networking. Like, it's very difficult to compete. Like, if you want to like remove technology, it's very difficult to compete with technology. So let's use technology, right? You have to leverage technology. And networking nowadays is mostly projection. And that does deal with your posting content. Projection is how you would reach the highest. So it's not really about where I go, is getting people to come to you. And this is kind of like the new wave. This is like the post-internet world, right? Post-internet world. How do you network? You spend, like, for me personally, this is anecdotal in a way. 80%, if you're doing an 80-20 split, you're getting people to come to you 80% of the time, and you're going to your superstars 20% of the time. So creating that's why we had 4 prongs, right? Reputation, finance, skills, and life skills. Reputation, when you project using like technology, leveraging technology, like a social media presence, whatnot, if you're gonna compete with the networking possibilities of other professionals now, like the current Gen Z professional, projection will go a long way, because technology amplifies your ability of your presence. And the idea is you're gonna try to get people to come to you. Now, that's where all your effort is coming for. How do you communicate your projection? So your public image, your behavior, so your communication skills, your, hate to say it, but your advertisement, right? All of this leverages the 80%, 90% information. And with that, you would have more people come to you. And then you have lots of opportunities to break the ice. Now, you're asking where you would recommend. Most of the time when recommendations has to deal with the person's threshold. So what is your threshold of success, right? My threshold of success is like this conversation we're having now. My threshold of success is anything greater than 10%. So what then I would have to plan on is I have to project in a manner that I can reach at least 1 out of 10 people whenever I have enough opportunities. So your public image and your communication skills will leverage the information as much as possible to get enough opportunities where you expect the result that meets your expectations. So like the thing that I've done here with you and me, I do it 100 times and I expect that 10 of those times I would be able to break the ice. And then the other 90% will fail, or like fail in the sense of goal-oriented task, but they are learning experience on their own, because if things that fail, the more you fail, the more you can learn from it, right? Like, so the other 90%, I use it to see and test other ways to break ice. So how I'm breaking ice is dependent on the other 90% of failures. Anytime I fail, I've tested something else that didn't work. However, the 10% is enough for me to find recommendation. So taking this like principle of how I would recommend events, the idea is you consider what you want to project and you find a position in which you have the most public image and the most ways you can curate your communication skills. So for example, if you don't like, say, like if you don't like LinkedIn, for example, LinkedIn sucks. That would be the trend right now. Sorry, LinkedIn, but 90% of content, they say that LinkedIn sucks because of 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever reasons, right? This is info. You take that and you synthesize it and you make yourself above that in your own projection. If you want to leverage LinkedIn's exposure, so you're looking for, in my opinion, the recommendation is to find your required or your desired level of exposure, because exposure is double-edged, right? It's double-edged because I'm speaking like kind of in investment, right? Exposure means you have a chance of losing more as well as gaining more. So you find your acceptable level of exposure for your reputation, because your reputation is about your projection. So then you find a platform or however platform you want, and you have to synthesize the information in order so that when you're projecting, it meets your image. And a way for me, I'll give you an anecdote so that it's not like all general terms. My exposure is, how do I know that I have about 1,000 people per year? Is because the things I talk about are highly selective. Why? If it's not, so to some people it's like, man, that's small. Like, you have a small sample, my friends. Like, I talk to 10 million people a year. And I would ask them, okay, so what type of conversation do you have? And then, do you know what your public image is for those people? Right? Like, if someone asks, if you ask the 4 or 5 people that stay around, if you ask them, what am I like? Then you would get the idea of a public image. So if someone says, I'm just a streamer, then those are not the 100, the 1,000 that I've met. And also remember that out of the 1,000, there's less than 100 people that may stay for a while. They wouldn't give you just a streamer. They would give you something else, right? Maybe an unpopular streamer. A streamer that doesn't prioritize viewership. Like, there will be more details, right? So the idea is you're networking. If you're talking about trying to get more exposure, you're increasing exposure through networking. Exposure requires that you alter your projection online, at least in my opinion. Your projection that leverages the most amount of information, but it doesn't compromise on your image of yourself. And then constantly making compromises over and over again. So how would I compromise what I'm doing right now? I could pick Anki. The moment I stop using WaniKani, Anki has a far bigger exposure. And in order to break the ice, I need to project something that is inherently me. It's identifiably me. So you start with portraying all the things that Anki does. So Anki is a flashcard system. You have to inform yourself, inform yourself of all the things that make Anki far better, bigger, have more exposure than WaniKani, and then you would contrast it with WaniKani to throw in more exposure. However, once you do that, that's your networking ability. You've established that you have credentials for understanding the 80 to 90%. Then you prepare, you spend 80% of your time preparing your projection. Then you pitch yourself. And I'm pitching myself right now. So this is how I'm pitching myself. The very nature of all of the stuff that I'm talking about now and going to talk about is where I spent almost all my time. This is me. This is how I analyze the existing information. I'm not telling you anything that you can't find on the internet. I'm telling you how I'm using it to explain something that you might not be able to find because it's based on my experience, not based on a churning. I could explain to you what Anki is. You could say Anki is the better WaniKani because Anki is FSRS and Anki is still using like SRS 1.0, maybe 2.0. It's actually like 1.0. It actually has a modified SRS, and that wouldn't mean anything to someone who's not interested, right? So if you're not the target, I wouldn't explain these things. The reason why you have to understand the trend to network first is you have to establish rapport, right? And to me, IRL ones, when you're in an IRL situation like a convention or something, you're establishing the 80-90% when you go there. So if you're going to like a conference about game development, that conference already selected for the information. So when you approach someone, you use this information and you shoot it. You shoot it and you pitch it. And in the moment you do that, all the effort that you made in projecting yourself, you can pitch that information. And pitching doesn't have to mean like selling yourself. You can choose whichever way you want to enter. So the moment you enter and someone shares something with you, you share back immediately. So most of the time when you talk about CS, if you talk about computer science, I'll talk about video games because there's a chance that video games is the associated trend. However, then because we've passed all of this, this is to save time. Right? You're trying to break the ice. So anything that is commonly shared based on this, I use that information. And the moment something specific comes out, I have been working on myself to make it relatable to the person. So the moment you share something like Thai, you mention you're half, right? Half Taiwanese and half Thai. I immediately talk about multiculturalism and then talk about my life, that my parents are first generation, I'm second generation, and I live between two cultures, which is a way to break the ice immediately, because then you're not building on, oh, what's a multicultural person? Like a person that did not break the ice would say, oh, you know, there are people who are immigrants, right? There are people who are immigrants and they could have children that belong to two cultures. No, instead I said, I am a product of immigrants and I'm trying to immediately empathize with you because you already volunteered that you have multiple. So, and then you asked questions too, and I actually seeded I seeded the point of empathy because you asked if I'm Taiwanese or Vietnamese, sorry. If you asked if I'm Vietnamese, and I'm like, all right, that's awfully specific. That's more specific than the usual trend, right? Because Vietnamese, you might be thinking, wait, Vietnamese is not part of the 80%, 90%. Usually someone would ask, am I Chinese? So that would be the first thing. So the very first question you had was already a lower percentage. You either asked if I'm Japanese or Chinese. Despite, I know how weird it sounds, a lot of people would say, well, why would anyone ask you if you're Japanese if you're learning Japanese? You'd be surprised, because the 80-90%, it's routine to ask. It's not routine to contextualize what's happening. I literally have more people who ask me if I'm Japanese or Chinese when I'm learning Japanese and Chinese than Vietnamese. So Vietnamese is already really low. And in fact, Korean is higher than that. So the order of people that would ask to initiate the question would be Japanese, Chinese, Korean. And then usually it's automatically, the top is automatically American. You assume American because I speak American English, right? So these are like the order of nature. And knowing this, there's a level of ice breaking involved. When you get lower and lower in percentage, it means you can pull the trigger. You can pull, that's a very Americanized idiom, but you can, you know, go in. You can, your percentage of chance of breaking the ice is reflected in the way people ask questions in context to what they're exposed to most of the time. Now, you're wondering then, what about the other 20 to 10% chance, right? About networking, especially when it comes to the internet. And internet is a lifestyle now. So you could argue, well, what about people who are not on the internet? Or like people who don't have the internet as a lifestyle. There is selection for them. So it could be the workplace, right? It could be the company, the country. So those are their own, it's not as reliable, right? It's not as reliable. The idea about this is you're leveraging what technology has done, but that I didn't come up with this method or this thing because technology suddenly made it happen. It happens to be more efficient. So when you're breaking ice on the internet, it's incredibly efficient, largely because of the technology. However, you can still do it in the workplace, the company, and the country. Like if you have to pitch, you have a startup, right? And you spend 80 to 90% of your time working on your startup. However, that moment when someone comes in which you have to pitch, or you go to them when you have to pitch, the first way you would have to do is establish rapport. And to establish rapport, you must do your homework. This is the information gathering part. And then you pitch. When you pitch, you have to have worked on yourself so substantially well that whatever they say, you can turn it into something that is impressionable. So when someone asks me, how do I learn Japanese? Like, how do I start Japanese? We have to establish rapport. Have you tried Anki yet? Well, really, I ask, what have you done before? Right? What have you done before? And if they do something general, they're like, I'm a beginner. This happens a lot. I'm a beginner. I don't know. I haven't done anything. And my first thought is, well, since you don't want to offer anything to me, maybe I can glean something. I can tell you that you're not a beginner in English because you spoke to me in English. Now, do you know what you have done to learn English? How did you learn English? And then I wait. Are they going to tell me something about how they learn English? 9 out of 10 times, the conversation ends. Right? However, 1 out of 10 times, they would say, oh, you know, I still remember the way I learned vocabulary. It's like, okay, let's start with that. Right? Like, eventually they will reveal something that I can use because I prepared a lot of things. They might mention vocabulary. It's like, oh, well, here's where WaniKani could come in. WaniKani is used in a manner that is very appropriate for vocabulary. And when we're talking about vocabulary, I'm assuming that they're going to describe a process of memorization without context. Memorization without context, right? Like in English, you drill a bunch of vocabulary words and then it will become a meaning. However, now is where I break the ice. I'll break the ice by describing how you can leverage WaniKani for character development and vocab, and then use that to bridge into sentences. Because the goal is to offer your experience. And my experience is that, okay, so I started with WaniKani, and then WaniKani helps me recognize these things in a way that reflects you. If you want me to describe what they are, I can describe this process. And I've actually done it already every 100 days on WaniKani. Then I would say, so where do I go from there? If you're interested, in the future, I'll be breaking into sentences. And I've been working on that with Bunpro, which is coming up after this session, right? After the session of WaniKani. And that would be then breaking the ice, or my attempt to break the ice. And then that other person will say something like, oh, well, thank you for sharing that. It's like, so what are your plans? Have you decided on what you're going to do? And basically fishing, right? We're on a fishing expedition, not the fishing with the PH, but the F fishing, I suppose, in this case. And that would be probably a way to network. But generally speaking, when it comes to networking, I would say my personal recommendation for myself as a projection to another person who I don't know very well, right, which is you, the first cause for concern is what type of network are you looking at? Network creates opportunity, so you have to decide on your network, and your network decision is like 10% of the time. Like you don't really have to look too far for what type of network meets you, and then you spend 80% of the time deciding on your projection. What are you going to project and build as an image the moment you decide on a network? And then the network will tell you how big, right? It will tell you how big, and you don't have to spend, like, you spend so much less time now, because if you chose something on the internet, all that information is iterated. And there is a double edge to this. Because it's iterated, it also changes very rapidly, right? So at any given time, you would have to reiterate on this. However, it's still disproportionately less than working on your public image, the image that you're going to project. So when you're working on your finances and your skills and your life skills, those are your leverages, right? So this would be your finance, skills, and life skills. Those are the things that you would have to organize and be ready to use. So that's where the idea of self-improvement comes in. So for me personally, from an emotional and a psychological standpoint, the better you are at this, the lower percentage you can tolerate when it comes to opportunities. So whenever someone says 110 out of 100, that sounds awful. And my first thought is it's bearable, because the moment I get those opportunities, I seize them. I can immediately execute on all the things I've been working on. I have a low percentage because I'm not focused on what is readily available to me. This is easier for me. It's easy, it's available. Choosing the network, finding out corollary data, that is something the internet provides already. Do you want to work on skills competing with technology and how quickly they do that? I don't. So then naturally my rate is low. The thing is, I'm increasing the quality of my interactions. So the moment someone asks me a question, they get a 5-minute TLDR, or technically I give you like a 30-second response. Then it would develop into a 5-second response because I would follow up with a question. And then it would be 30 minutes to follow up with my first initial pitch. And then it would expand to 2 hours for my spin, right? My product. And my product is, we're on a live streaming service, right? YouTube and Twitch. So my skills are designing this skill, drawing arrows, creating a flow of logic for networking purposes. And my networking, as a full disclosure, my networking purposes is to have people come to me, and then I can test and invest in them. My purpose of streaming specifically is I'm willing to invest in anyone, because the investment comes from the practice of what I want to be, which is a person who emphasizes communication, indirectly motivate other people to use communication and develop independence as opposed to becoming dependent with people. So I turn over people all the time. So the 10 people that I say that are successful, their longevity lasts less than a year. Some might last more than 2 years, but generally speaking, those people become independent on their own, or they are already independent on their own. I do not want to create dependency because this type of effort would require that I maintain a network of a smaller network of people. You can customize your projection to you can tune your projection to adequately determine if you're reaching your goals. My goal is, I don't expect to see people every single day. I'm trying to get them to do things, and then every month, every year, every 2 years, hopefully we can catch up and talk about how great your things are. And if you produce a product, right, or produce a project, if I live long enough, I don't take life for granted, so my life could end at any moment. So the idea is to show appreciation and encourage people to produce a product, to be independent, right? And then I can talk about them through their product. So I'm kind of waiting on that. In the last couple of years, I've had maybe like 20 people who are maybe within 2 or 3 years of realizing whatever their career paths are. And it'll be really, I would be privileged. I would feel very grateful and privileged if I get to see what they have produced. And that's kind of my projection. So no, we're not going for views. We're not going for like whatever top creator of the month or creator of the year. We're not doing that. I want to be that person that gets to see someone grow up, if they wanted to grow up, or mature into the thing that they want, because that's what my original vision was. Like I went to get a PhD in molecular biology, and at some point that was kind of like my own self-development, right? My self-development. But what I really fell in love with was seeing people effectively come of age. So most of the stuff I talk about is about that transition. Like, and one of them is networking. Networking is one of the major maturation points for a professional. You learn to maintain a public image. And I can say that it's kind of a mixed bag for people on the internet. Public image is the stage in which they develop critical thinking skills. And the internet is not all that forgiving, right? So that's presenting a problem right now where the internet doesn't provide second chances, or it creates object permanence. So when you're doing public image, it gets tested the moment you become a content creator, for example. So that is something that I would advise with a grain of caution. That's largely why I would say 80% must be contributed to the idea of your projection prior to finding a network that you want to approach in. Because your public image in this day and age is very powerful for networking. And as the idiom goes, with great power, right, comes great responsibilities. And that's probably what I would say, just to balance it out. Getting people to come to you because you spend most of the time focusing on what you're going to build, what you're going to share, what you're going to do, is probably pretty goated right now. It's leveraging the vast majority of things that are happening right now, especially when someone is technologically inclined like yourself, who has a degree in computer science. So you can circumvent a lot of other things, like literally going to someone, trying to catch someone's attention, and then remember that it's 80-20. 80% would be doing the coming. Oh, that phrasing, it was really terrible there. Getting people to come to you, and then you are going to other people 20% of the time. Because when you go to someone, it's an ideal case. You're scouting for someone. When they're coming to you, this is the practice. You're doing, you're executing, right? That's the thing that you were talking about developing critical thinking skills. Critical thinking skills to test how you can get opportunities to network. So instead of offering a strategy, a method to success, it's more offering the idea of what type of process would greatly increase your ability to network. And that's kind of what I would say in a conservative way. Find a network in which you have opportunity, work on your own projections, which can be the internet, and do that. I think now, after 7+ years of doing this, I know what I'm looking for now. So whenever someone asks, what would I recommend in order to find someone? all that experience knows where I would find it. I don't know what it is for like any particular person because they would be looking for something different. But when someone asked me, a person did ask me this before, someone that I know quite well, like, what would you look for in X, Y, and Z? And my first thought is like, have a seat. Well, I'll tell you where I would look for such a person, or how I would project either scouting for that person or having that person come to me. So whenever someone asks me, oh, like, would you ever be interested in editor? And I'm like, I would be, but we have some conditions to go over because of all the experiences that I have. I have a very long specific list that's very descriptive, and it's leveraging that most of the applicants that you'll have or the people you want to work with, they are built around the internet now. So information is king when it comes to how well you remember that. Breaking ice comes after you establish that all that information is clear. In before, I would say maybe like 15 years ago, it would be largely about experience. So you would specifically go right ahead and talk about everything that you're getting, not, and then you'll be discussing about the information as you're going. But nowadays, information is up front. So like, for example, when I'm applying to something, if I were interested in a job or someone is here to hire me, they're going to try to scout me. The first thing I would do is I would analyze how they scout me, because they would have to fulfill all of the existing standards established by the internet or established by word of, whatever the internet has. And then they would have to be also able to demonstrate that there's some sort of specific thing that I have that they're looking for. If they don't go beyond that, then it's not icebreaking. They're not trying to network. You're expendable. So whenever someone asks me, hey, would you be interested in playing this game? And my first thought is, okay, well, what do I know about this person? And what do this person know about me? If they are not even able to establish the current trend, like for example, someone's like, hey, I have a game that I made. It's a Souls-like game that builds upon Elden Ring. Pass. That's a big pass. I mean, I've talked about FromSoft games before. However, I would pass on someone who isn't there to network, as in they're not there to establish a relationship, a working professional relationship with you. You might be thinking something like, well, what if you need the thing? Like, what if you like, that's where you have to understand what the level of success you're looking for, right? You have to gauge what is your tolerable amount of success. If you only get 2 opportunities in a year, then you have to reframe the way you network. And then the idea is understanding your level of success will allow you to also develop your projection to meet that. So like, if you know you're accepting any offer because you only get like 2 offers, right? One has to spend most of that time understanding how can you develop yourself to secure opportunities from limited offers. And then at some point you're going to get 50 offers, when you build up, and you're like, I only want like 10 of them. So the idea is then you're going to change the way you project to be more selective. And what happens is you're going to have to deal with people who think you don't change. And that's corporate speak for, hey guys, we're going to change the direction of our product and our services now. I'm sorry for those who want to, but hear me out. We have an affiliate who caters to what we used to do. You may find their product interesting. Collaborate, right? The moment, that's kind of what I like about tiered businesses, where they have something that caters to different, they have sister like association, like, oh hey, well, you might be interested in our colleagues' product now because they're in a different phase. So that's kind of how you like transition between, okay, we're moving in a different direction now, but hey, while we're moving in a different direction, we have a place for you to go because we understand you well enough. These guys are pretty good, right? That's kind of how you would offset that for networking purposes, because there's also exit strategies for networking. When you fail to network, you're trying not to leave a trail of negative things that will make your networking situation difficult. So like when you network, there's also damage control, or like optics, right? Optics. If it doesn't work, if something doesn't work, doesn't work out, you're not leaving a pile of closet, you're throwing closets in, skeletons into the closet that would eventually hurt your ability to network. So being able to improve upon things that don't work also allows you to mitigate this problem from happening. So most of the time, I actually, whenever someone challenges me and say like, oh, but what about all the times you failed? I have more to say about all the times I failed than the times I've succeeded, because ultimately the number of times I succeeded is 1 out of 10. So most of the time when I'm talking about networking, optics and stuff, it's coming from the 9 out of 10 times. This is all the times that I failed to get my goal, because this is where you learn. This is where you practice and confirm and also test. But learning comes from how much you can tolerate. How much can you tolerate on your abilities? This is my personal ratio, and it will continue to be that way until, maybe my professional career is dependent on being more successful. Then that would also mean you start learning less because you need to become more efficient. And how do you become more efficient? You become more basic, more trending, generic. And that leads to why I talk about video games a lot. AAA, AA, indie, right? Indie, AA, AAA, that type of stuff. There are differences. They are trade-offs. You become more efficient because you're catering to more people. And then when you're catering to more networks, you have to become more general and more basic in order to collectively address all of them. But in the beginning, I'm in the beginning of, I want to keep it intimate. So I'm focusing more on my learning process. So I'm not drilling something that's highly efficient, basic, and generic that works. Like, for example, instigate an AI workflow so that my content is served using generative AI, for example. That would be something. Or alternatively, I could start by saying, hey, we're gonna learn Japanese using ChatGPT, right? These are ways to increase your workflow, and that would lower down that would increase your exposure and your opportunities, possibly that work, and then it would decrease your learning capacity because you're using what is already established. You're not testing, or like you're not frequently testing things that may fail. And networking is very similar to that. You go up on stage and break the ice by talking about how you have this vision that's different from all the status quo. Good luck. Pitching an investment like that is very tough. Like, the investment is you. When you network, you're trying to pitch yourself to make that person want to invest in you. And you're hoping that whatever you're projecting is your investment in them. So like when you project, You're like, oh, I'm 50-50 on this. And if you're getting 50-50 back, that's great. It's the most realistic outcome. If you're pitching and that person comes back with 100%, that's a little scary, because you can be too lucky or too good to be true and too bad to be true, for example. So it goes both ways. It's a double edge. If you're all in and that person is like 50%, that's bad. But we can think about a different situation where you're like, yeah, I'm only 20% invested in this, and you're trying to communicate that with them, and they're like, no, I'm 100% in, and like we have a conflict of interest here, because things can be too good as well, and all of that feeds into networking. So it's pretty hopefully some of that is interesting to think about. Anyways, now I'm gonna go back to my lessons. All right. Thank you for the opportunity, by the way, to answer some questions and think about these things. I absolutely enjoy talking about this all day long. So if you're ever like, if you're still here and you're maybe like 6 months down the road, you're starting a new journey, I would absolutely love to see what your approach is to networking after like asking around or synthesizing info. My conversations are probably where I demonstrate them pragmatically. So over time, whenever someone knows me already and they see me interacting with another stranger, my goal is that they would be able to explain all of my actions. Because if that's stuck, that means they understand how I network. Or they understand me. I'm not sure if I've ever asked someone if they find it comical or not, or like if they find it funny, or they notice that I use a very consistent routine, because I iterate on that a lot. So the way I ask questions, if I point out all those things, it's probably easy to see, however, and understand. However, I would love for people to be able to do that themselves, so that the world can be more of a human connected environment than a machine facilitated environment. Gotta break that ice. All right, let's get back to this. Hopefully we're good. Let's see. Oh, this is we're in our lessons. That's right. What was this? Not Kensei. Oh. Ryuki, this one's different. It's like bringing up prosperity, but it's actually not quite that. I don't quite know what this is though. It's Kyuki for sure. Or no, Ryuki. There's a pivot here. I don't know what the pivot is. I'm gonna say I don't know. Let's just... Oh yeah, it's the bulge. It's the protuberance. Or protuberance. That's gonna be rough. We'll see if it sticks. We'll leave it to rote memory for that one for now. We did a mnemonic for this. So Cole and you, we towed something across the yard. So maybe like, oops, I didn't even read that. It was asking me for the meaning.
雇用
Oh, it's asking for meaning. This one is okay, I think. It's still kind of like prosperity, but it's becoming prosperity. That's the word. Are we employed? It's a coal with the U, and it deals with something that deals with towing. Oh, wait, but this is just employ. I'm trying to work on the read. See if I can recover the read. This is Kai. Oh. This is to fire.
解雇する
Suru. Read would be that's a typo. And boy in use. Employee in use. Like employment? Okay. And what was this? Tuberance. I don't know how to spell protuberance. Oh, ER. Okay. Yikes. Toe is definitely in it. I think it is yato.
雇う
Okay. And then
Ryuki
Yuki and
流星
Okay. Alright, how many lessons do we have? 51. We're gonna have to book it like a speedboat. Alright. Let's go. This is Kabe.
壁
We learned that as a default. Wallpaper. I'm kind of curious if this is double kun. So it could be kabegami.
壁紙
Yep, kabegami. All right, that's fine. Wallpaper makes sense. Flock. Ugh. Flock. Buddy the sheep is part of a flock. How do we get? I don't know if I have a sheep with a gentleman. Flock. I think that's unique. Yep. Oh no. Oh, a crowd. Chin? I totally forgot Chin. Okay. Chin, goon. You do look like a goon. Because of the left. Buddy has a goon in it. Yeah. Wait. That's just county, but there is a buddy one. Hold up. Wait, oh, it doesn't include itself. That's fine. We'll just go with it. But that does look like a gun. Oh, gun. Is that what they use gun for? I thought it was something else. Now take out your gun and... Okay, wow. Or help him out. I guess that's fine. Okay, shogi player. Interesting. So,
騎士
Kishi. Fair enough. A hall, yeah. Ikan.
起因
Yin. Oh, that's institution. That's not on. Yin. Fair enough. Okay. Oh, okay. Clock.
壁
Abe. A.
壁紙
Shogi plays? What's a shogi plays? A hall. A go hall. Oh, yeah, it's go too. Go and shogi are the same character. Yeah, that makes sense. I got you. I got you. Go and chess, shogi, and go. Interesting. So instead of creating another go go character, there is another character. It might come up. Who knows? So this should also include Go player, right? Yes.
Kishi
Yeah. We're just gonna add that because it doesn't really
起
matter.
因
Yeah, all those things don't actually matter too much. It's a go. It's a place where you play Go at the moment. Okay. Okay, so bitter flavor is kind of tough. Unless it's supposed to be... No, I doubt it. Maybe not...
渋い
Oh, I thought it was gonna be like Nagai or something. Ooh, Shibui. Alright. What do you have? Jew... Bitter... E... Just go with Jew... E... Bitter... Shi... Bu... Bitter flavor. That's tough. Hmm. Was... Hmm. I guess we're just gonna use anthropomorphic things from now on. Okay, Shibui, okay. Alright, I'm guessing since this is a prefix, it's just gonna stay as
Kata.
kata. Alright, and it's a fragment. Alright. Range. As opposed to... circle. Oh no, there's sphere. Sphere works. The mouth contains a scroll, which you pull out and look. On the scroll is a map showing the range. Oh, that's kind of cute. Range of the sphere of your mouth. I'm not sure how I like that. Mouse scroll. Ken? Does that look like Ken? Yes. You will look like Ken in the future. Alright, so we got katate. Katate makes sense. One-handed. Oh, kataben. Katagen. Katagen, not kataben.
片言
Katakoto. Oh no. So they're using the kotoba situation. Interesting. Or, yeah, they're using the kotoba. And then there's no rendaku either. Katakota. Katakota. Katakoto. Why does that sound so? Katakoto. Okay. Okay.
渋い
Whoops. Mouth, scroll, range.
肩
片手
Okay. Oh. Oh no, katakoto.
片言
Okay. Okay, katakana makes sense now. Interesting. Sign kind of katakana.
カタカナ
Katakana. Okay. We got katamichi.
片道
One way. Interesting. Wait, was kata kunyomi? Yeah, I knew that, right? Yeah, I knew that. Humility. Humility. Huh. No. Humility. No. Oh, we don't have it yet. Cautious. It does look like sheng. And I just realized that in traditional Chinese, that's why I was writing it as a continuous. I see. Because there's a space here. I have to keep that in mind. It does look like a shun, but I don't have that shun. When someone wants to view your soul's reality, show it with humility. You know, and it'd be Shin. Yeah, makes sense. Reality has a Shin in it, or oh great, this Shin. It doesn't include itself. I really dislike that it doesn't include itself. That's such an oversight. Yeah, it doesn't include itself. Unless because it's burned, it doesn't show. Maybe, who knows? But it does look like a sheet. Okay. Okay. Sennin? Senjin kind of sounds eh.
千人
Sennin. Okay. Sennin sounds better than Senjin. And Daffodil. Oh, really? I feel like this reminds me of one of the YouTube shorts from Yota. So what do we got? Suisen. Okay. Okie dokie, Suisen it is. Okay. Man, dude. Stop asking for the meeting first. Except for that one. That one didn't matter.
片道カタカナ
I don't even know how to spell daffodil. Is this how you spell daffodil? Oh no. Okay.
千人 推薦
Sendai. I think it might be Sentai. Air machine is giant machine. You have a Sendai.
仙台
Sendai. Okay. I'm familiar with that area. By name. The name of that area. Fullness. Interesting. Allocate true. Sounds almost like a script. Like allocate or condition true, or like the parameter equals true. Beefing up, interesting. Jujutsu. Okay. Rice plant. Oh, is this how doll works? That's got to be a doll. Interesting. Interesting. So now I know. Yeah, that checks out. Yeah, this character, the infamous mortar for that. Alright, I got you. Rice plant. How does doll line up with this? Q? It might be Q. Oh, they went with Kunyomi. I mean, never know. The grain stuck in your cleats had a former life. In that life, it was a rice plant. Fair enough. Ine? Butter ine? Which is little, oh no. We're not doing that, man. Okay. So what do we got? We got grain, cleats, former, rice plant. Yeah. Nah. Grain in your cleats, right? Or formally 20 rice plants that you fed Hine. Okay, Hine. Sure. Recharge. Yeah. Right. Allocate electricity.
充電
Juden. Okay. Resupply. Interesting. Supplement. Means filling in the gaps when there's a shortage is used for things like restocking supplies. Fair enough. I want to say it's like Hoju.
補充
Okay. Fair enough.
充実 仙台 補充
充電
Hey. To escape something. That's not men, right? Although men is kind of special. It could be... No, menderu sounds disgusting. So it's gotta be something else. Oh, do I have an escape? Maybe something like holderu or something?
免れる
Manuka. Oh my goodness gracious. Or Manuka. Oh goodness gracious. Alright. Alright, men. Excuse. Excuse. Redu. Ma. Nu. Ka. Escape something. Okay. The men had a redu excuse to avoid ma. That is to use to escape from ma when they were found nude in the car. It actually worked out really well. Okay, Manuka deru. Okay, alright. Certificate. Oh, that's interesting. Menjo end up becoming certificate. Oh, that's weird. I think I almost feel like this can be reason as well.
免状
Menjo is fine. Deter. What does deter look like? That top part is top part got substituted. I think. Pretty sure. Deter. Or not. I thought it might be wrong. It could be wrong. We'll see. When you say nurse, you're probably asking to defer. Oh no, that's defer. No, that might be wrong. Not deter. Defer. Joel. That's not hot. Is Nurse gonna have a Joel? I feel like it's gotta carry Joel, right? Yeah, it's let's look at examples. To concede, yes, it's Zhang. So this top part is okay. So that means that all of the nurses are Zhang, Jiang, Go, Go. Oh no, not Go. No Go. It's Jiang. No, just Rang. It's all the Rangs. Rang. Interesting. Yeah. Ooh. Yeah, okay. Humble. Okay, I got you. Joel, you say. License. Yeah, I'm starting to think that this is reason as well, as opposed to excuse. Okay. What is that? Oh, menkyo. Dang it. Menkyo. And this is menze. Menze. An exemption. Fair enough. So what is like?
免れる
Okay.
Menjou.
Menze. Menkyo.
Sorry. Oh, gomen. Yeah, honorable excuse.
Gomen.
Gomen. Alright. Exemption. Yeah, that is more of an exemption. Means granting relief or exemption from a duty. Okay, fair enough. Menjo. Okay. Steal. That is definitely steal. Gang. What does gang line up with? There's this hill thing. I feel like hill is gonna carry a sound. I'm gonna go with call or keen or some variant of keen. Call? Nice. Alright. Gang lines up with call, so call is it, and this is call too. So this carries more of a call than this, but that's interesting. Actually, let's go look if hill carries. No, hill doesn't carry anything. Interesting. No gung, but metal does carry some calls and some keens and stuff, right? Or not. Or I'm just making it all up and it just feels like a call. Where am I getting called from? Something just makes it feel like a call for whatever reason. Alright, I just made it all up. That's fine. come across a gold hill, start digging, steal, report the findings here for Koichi. Fair enough. Saitama Ken is Saitama Ken. Let's wait. Cape, Saitama, Cape, Ball, Prefecture, nice.
埼玉県
Saitama Ken, no rendaku. 奪う。
奪う
Okay, sure.
免除 ごめん
Eh.
奪う
埼玉県
Alright, let's go. Cooked rice. I have no idea how this ends up becoming cooked rice, but is Gohan, right? Like, that's the character. Usually, I would write Go instead, but that's the kanji for it.
ご飯
Gohan. Cooked rice. Fair enough. Good look up. Good look? Interesting. Honorary look? It's gotta be like some sort of honorary. You often use this when someone with higher status than you is doing the looking and you want to sound polite, yeah. So this is the polite way. So if only Kokin,
ご覧になる
Go run ni naru. Is it run? Is it really? Is it run? Oh yeah, it is run. Dang it, Randy. Go run ni naru. Okay. You refuse. It's not kyo. How could I say refuse? Is there a synonym? I'm gonna go on a limb and say Namu.
拒む
There's no way I would know, but it's just fun to see if I ever get it right. Okay. Alright. So we got go. Yo, mu. To refuse. Oh, ba. So, in little Kyoto. Refuse to let the hole be bad. Be bad. Okay. Okie dokie. Next one. Refusal.
拒否
Okay.
拒否
Looking for any notes. Frame.
枠
Alright. Oh. Goodness gracious.
拒む
Bamu.
ご飯
ご覧になる
Go heck? Ah!
湧く
I panicked.
拒否
Alright, we're almost there. Almost there. Frame. Oh. Intriguing. Oh yeah, okay. So that's probably gomi. So wakugomi.
枠組
Wakugumi, not gomi. Wakugumi. Dang it, it's gumi. Oh, or technically it's kumi, but rendaku. Yeah, wakugumi. Heck. Turtle shell is traditionally this, but these days it is more in expressions like instep. Oh, or back. Oh, okay, I see. Intriguing. In instep and back in hand. Okay, so like the back of something. What are the chances this is coal? It's probably not coal, right? It's a turtle shell.
こ
Oh, okay. I'll take it. Wait. This is coal. Coal is an onyomi, no? Or is it... Yeah, interesting. Coal doesn't hold up very often,
Coal.
but I'll take it. Worth. Turtle shell and pattern. It's much more worth than a boring non. Okay. Doesn't mean worth in the sense of monetary. Yeah, I know. But rather in the sense that some actions you took paid off. Yeah. Like worth as in it's funny because it's worth. Like what I mean is it's the American worth now. Like the Americanized worth. When someone says like when someone does something and then they're like and they get bopped and it's like worth. That worth as opposed to the worth of something, the value of something. That's humorous. I think saying worth in this regard is less common before the internet, but rather in the sense that some actions you took pay off are worth doing. Yeah, you pair it up with a verb or inferred that you pair it up with a form of activity. Cute.
かい
Oh, Kai. What the? Oh, come on. What the heck? It suddenly just goes to Kun? Alright. Alright, you butthead.
かい
Alright. It's a hybrid word. Okay. Oh. Turtle shell. E. Patterned. Ah. All right. That's it for the turtle. Okay, fine. What was that?
福祉
Or fukushi. Oh, fukushi or fukushi. 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 Active participation. Yeah, we got some lively hopping. It's interesting. Or lively leaping. This word is usually described to someone outstanding or remarkable activity in a certain sport, career, or other fields. Okay. Drawing a blank on the onyomi for lively. Sha? Oh, we're gonna go.
Katsuyaku.
Oh, katsu. Katsuyaku. Alright, I got you. Yaku.
買い
I.
枠組みこう
It's so backwards.
Fukushi.
See. It's gone.
活躍
Okay. And instep and backhand, sure. Jump, jump. Okay. We got
跳躍
Oyaku. Okay. Modesty. Yep, that would be it. That would be it.
謙虚
Kenkyo. The leap. I'm gonna say Toru or Toru because it deals with flying.
踊る
No, it used odo like in dance. That's interesting. Huh. Okay. That makes sense. The dancing and the leaping and the flying putting together. Different combo though. Different combo from Chinese. Alright. What do we got? Yaku. Leap. Still leap. Go. Ru? We're using Ru as opposed to Rude, but Rude is pretty okay. What type of O are we gonna do? Go. Leap. Let's use. Okay. Odoru. Gun. Okay. I mean, no, I mean, the idea of it being Jew is so unlikely, right?
10
Is this the only read? That would explain it.
10
Okay. Here it is. Jusatsu.
銃殺
Makes sense. Okay.
謙虚
跳躍
Uh. I don't know anymore. Oh, I do know now.
銃殺 銃
踊る
Okay. Rifle bullet. Okay.
銃
You
弾
done. Pistol. Yeah. Shotgun. Probably like
単純
Hanju. Okay. Vanity. Hmm. Yes. Which one? They use prosper. That's an interesting look at it. Yeah, vanity is rough. Or like vain. Being vain is rough. It could kind of say Sam. One's void of prosperity and heart. Vanity. Vanity is void of prosperity at heart. What do you have, right? Kyoeshin? That would be normal, but it could be like Kyoe Kokoro or
虚栄
something.
心
Kyoeshin. Okay, fine. Kyoeshin. Item? Yeah, that is an item. Dang. That's rough, going from like paragraph and I to item. It's the same thing. So what do we got? That's a body part, so it's gonna be weird. But we're just gonna go with Kome, a hybrid.
項目
Omoku, of course. Okay. That is the actual onyomi, so that's good. Komoku, I'm fine with that. Matter. It's the formal use of matter, right? Occurrence matter. Yeah. Matter paragraph shows the matter items. That specifies what matters or items are being referred to. Matters, yeah. The subject.
事項
Jiko. Jiko's okay. Important points. Yeah. Okay.
陽光
Yoko. Okay. We're good. Okay. Heck.
虚栄心
Koichi.
銃弾
Why did I type it that
事
way?
項
Important matter still works. But important things or
単純
陽光
項目
What did they say it was? Important point. Alright, is that gonna still set us up for... Yes, it will. So tomorrow is gonna be super expedited, which is good because I still need to catch up on stuff we invested today. Although kind of faded into the oblivion. Alright, let's go and do our new definition. I'm gonna cut our HanziHero and Bunpro short once again. This is home country. What's a different form of control? They used a different thing. Like kind of a restraint sort of situation. What word did they use? Maybe I'll come back and be able to figure that out. They didn't use crowd for this either. Like a group or a flock. A flock. Not a sphere. Range. Humility. Ice plant. Defer. Not differ, but defer. Okay. Let's go into harmonics to see if it picks up. Home country. Home? Intriguingly, no, that's a coincidence. Does this help me with the... Yes, this is a kun. This is a kun and it has like... Ka? Feet and car. I think. Abstain. Okay. What do we have for flock? Gun. There's quite a lot of gun going on today. Feel like you're a Ken. Is it though? Guess we'll find out. Yeah, it's Ken. Because of ticket. Dang it. Eagle plus net defer. This is a Ken moment again. No, this is Joel. Okay, so what happened to you, humility? Is that again? Why do I feel like no, Shin? Okay. I think I'm pretty confident in those. So let's go over our reads and our definition. We'll correct it tomorrow if it happens to be erroneous. Okay. Uba. Rob. Ate. Address. Hall. Home country. Lean. Buzzard. Ooh. Mound. E. Branch off. Excuse me. Ryu. Prosperity. Ko. Employment. Or employ. Ya. Hika. Abstain. Kabit. Wall. Key. Chess piece. Actually, he might be. No, it's not. Okay. Key. Chess piece. Ju. Bitter. Kata. One-sided. Gun. Flock. 10. Hermit. Ju. Allocate. Men. Excuse or reason? I'm gonna use reason for that. Ken. Range. Sai. Sai. Cape. Shu. Criminal. Go. Yo. Honorable. Shin. Humility. Yo. Refuse. Bucket. Frame. Oh. Turtle shell. Yo. Void. E. Pattern. C. Welfare. Ine. Rice plant. Jaw. Differ. Ken. Modesty. Yaku. Reap. Ju. Allocate. Ko. Paragraph. Oh wait, this is new too. We have steel and coal. So coal, steel. And that's wrap for WaniKani today. It's okay. Today was lesson day. Was expecting right around 3 hours. 2 hours for yapping. Got to meet someone. Hopefully they're doing well and enjoying their day, I guess. Kind of middle of the day for them. So until next time, alright, if you're gonna watch this there, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up WaniKani for yourself, give it a go. You're always welcome to come on by and yap, share, discuss. Talked a lot about communication, right? Networking. Talking about information, right? Information versus knowledge, and then knowledge which turns into wisdom. Always a very personable topic for me. All right. So until next time, 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう. Thanks for watching. See you guys next time. I'm gonna get up, stretch, walk around, and I'll be back for Bunpro. Thank you, thank you. Alright folks, welcome back everyone. 皆さんお帰りなさい。今日は52日目です。It is day 52. We kind of on a off the rails schedule right now, so we really only have enough time for the lessons today. So we're gonna at least prop up our lessons, right? So we're kind of within the lesson cap soon, and that will give us 5 days or so to really iron out our reviews for the time being. We have 5 terms from yesterday. Go over them quickly. Hiraku, right? Hiraku. Open. Or the specific word that we're looking for is open. Okay. Oops. No one saw that. Also have Nakusu. Nakusu lost. Then we have Nado, such as. Now I do have to emphasize that lost, this is the to lose is the dictionary form, but we're referring to the key word that is the trigger for this. So technically lost would be like I don't know, nakimashita or something like that. This is specifically about the trigger words. Omocha. I think I screwed up yesterday and wrote omacha. Omocha. So omocha is omocha. Boy. And then zannen again. Constantly zannen. Yeah. Serious? No. Sorry this time. Okay. Yeah, okie dokie, let's get into it. This is our abbreviated because of time. Okay, mochi? Interesting. Huh. Where do we get mochi at some point? Ew, not yet. Okay. And it's a modified. Neat, okay. Daigak. 大学院、大学院生。大学院生。Fair enough. 鹿。鹿。Okay. Right. 青信号。青信号。We got 乗車券。乗車券。1年生。Fair enough. 再来月。Oh, it says うるさい。I don't know. うるさい is typically written in kana, but do we get うる? No. Oh, we do. Oh. Interesting. Don't have this particular character yet. Neither of them. Okay. Have to. What is that? That is Wan. Okay. Let's see. Kyo. 共通語。共通語。共通語。No. Yeah, 共通語。共通語。
共通語。
共通語。Dang, it's really weird. 共通語。共通語。Okay. Okay, alright. Okay. Tape recorder. Tape recorder. Tape recorder. Teki can. Ne? Teki can. Yeah, that makes sense. This is convenient. Teki. Okay. That's gonna be rough. GU? Yeah, GU Seki. So like self-supplied seed, not reserved? Oh, that's interesting. It's in self-serve. Like first come, first serve situation, unreserved. Gakuari. Oh, we just got the Wadi over here. Kun with Gaku. Wadi. A refresher anyway. Wadi. Okay. That's a rough one. Immediate. Fugu. Nope. Nope.まず Okay. 切符、切符売り場、切符売り場、切符売り場。L サイズ、L サイズ。Fine. Probably have S size as well. おじいさん。Okay, right. 楽しみする。いや、楽しみする。他に。Oh boy. Alright, let's go through these. A type of gooey Japanese food that is often used in both sweets and savory. Mochi. Modified, so... Okay. Because... A student that continues their post-high school education beyond the typical degree period. Right? A medical department that specializes in the treatment of oral and teeth-related issues. You write that. Then you do. The traffic signal color that indicates that vehicles may move. A slip of paper or card which allows travel using a form of public transportation. A student in the first year of a specific level of schooling. The month immediately after next month. Okay. To produce some kind of noise that's either loud, repetitive, or in general is unpleasant to the listener. A language that's used as a mediator between several other languages. Okay, that makes sense. An old-fashioned device used for recording audio. A pass purchased that is valid for a specific period of time, generally for public transport. Got the a seat which is not reserved for any particular person or purpose. Okay. A reduced price offered to students. To do something as soon as possible or for something to happen immediately may also mean to move in a straight line. A word that indicates that the speaker is referring to something that should or will come before anything else. The place from where one can purchase tickets or something else that will allow passage. So, then buying. Place. Okay. Used to describe products that are bigger than average. So a polite way to indicate the father of someone's father. To have feelings of positivity and anticipation while waiting for something to come. All right. A way to ask or inform about something that is not part of the current group being discussed. A way to ask or inform about something that's not part of the current. Okay. Interesting. As opposed to in addition. Alright. Let's give this a go.
餅を食べる。
あなたは大学院生ですか？
歯科に行く。
青信号を渡る。
乗車券を買う。
私は中学1年生です。
Oops.
再来月は12月だ。
Oops.
この国の共通語はドイツ語と英語です。
これはテープレコーダーです。
定期券を買う。
自由席に座る。
学割を使う。
すぐに夜ご飯を食べよ
まず手を洗う。
う。切符売り場で切符を買う。
この服は L サイズです。
Oh, it's not? Oh. What? Oh no. What am I misspelling? Oh, suru. Whoops.
海外に行くのを楽しみにする。
にする。
私はラーメンの他に寿司も好きです。
Okay. Unfortunately, that's about the only amount of time I have today. Kind of indulged. I slept quite a lot yesterday. We'll cut into this at some point. That doesn't leave anything to be done, I guess. Man, I'm way behind. Okay. Nah, let's not push the envelope here. Alright, folks. This is a short one. We do our lessons. At minimum, the bottom line is to do our lessons, right? So that's a wrap for Bunpro today. Got our lessons done. That review stack seems very large, but not too bad. It'd be alright. Until next time, if you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up Bunpro for yourself. Give it a go, right? You're always welcome to come on by and yap, and maybe even push the envelopes of my time. Right? So until next time, 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう. Right. I'm gonna switch on right over to HanziHero now, and we're doing our bottom line, get our lessons done as usual. Give me a sec here. Alright, folks. Welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第405天 is day 405. We indulged, we slept. I slept a bit longer today. Kind of did like a double 5 hours sleeping here. I didn't realize how tired I have been lately. Taking a break from our Kiwami playthrough thing a little bit for a day. Although did encounter someone new. Attempted to invest, right? Attempted to invest. And now we are kind of like 2 hours behind. So the bottom line for February is to complete our lessons, right? Complete our lessons and March will be the time once again to strap up and finish up the reviews. For now though, we're still gonna do some of the reviews. The reviews is to rotate the characters out. So the goal is to get characters for HanziHero. That's gonna be the new bottom line. We had two connected terms, two connected characters from yesterday, and that's Jian. How did Jian work? Right. So it's treacherous, and then Yuan. Crazy rabbit. Yuan. And they both have like an air of treachery. So there's treacherous and injustice. All right. Now we're gonna get into our lessons and then do our characters. I don't know how long that's gonna take, but generally characters are in the vast minority. So we're gonna at least move our stuff in that way.
媲美
May. P. Rival May. Beautiful rival, I suppose. Oh, compares favorably. That's why it's the May. I can. Okay. That's good.
媲美
I'm gonna write favorably, just in case. Compare
骏
favorably.
马
Jingma. Jing steed. Ma. Okay. Wait. It is horse. What did I think it was earlier?
骏马曙光
Self-explanatory. 曙光. 曙光. 曙 bright. 光 light. First light of dawn. Intriguing. Oh, because of this could be interpreted as daybreak. Right. Oh, I'm thinking of 曙 光. This is 曙光. Yeah, daybreak. Fair enough. Daybreak light, first light of dawn, crack of dawn. Yep. Okay.
曙光
Crack of dawn is good. Let's use crack of dawn.
擅长
擅长 let Shang work. Or with a without authority. Chang long. How does that to be good at? Is that like a Jozu all of a sudden? Chang Chang. That with interesting. Be good at sometimes is able to do something effortlessly for a long time, making everyone jealous and accusing you practice on the sly without authority. Interesting. Oh, they're cranberry. Interesting. Let's look at Chang for a moment. I think we're just gonna stick with that's such a pivot. I'll come back. I think to be good at is just gonna be added to and am I learning English? No, I'm not learning English. Are under the lid of the toilets are having trouble creating enough flow for a whirlpool, and the plumber good at solving this problem is not going to arrive daybreak. just gonna. Are we good at here?正常，正常，正常. And we'll just combine both into it.
擅长，
正常，
发酵，
发酵，发酵，酵 ferment and then 发 to carry out. Okay. 发酵，发酵，
发酵，媲美，骏马，发酵，擅长，
正常，
曙光，机舱，
机舱，机舱 aircraft cabin? Yeah, that's aircraft cabin, alright.
机舱，破例，
破例 how's the 破 work? 破 vigor and power. Bold. Interesting.
破例，发愣，
发愣 so carry out days or to be in the days, yeah. Send out, carry out, okay. 发愣
发愣，花瓣，
花瓣 flower petal 花瓣
花瓣，恍然大悟，
恍然大悟恍然 so 恍 is sudden 然 so suddenly 恍然大悟 big 悟big realize or okay suddenly realize I see 大悟Okay. Hey, how's it going? Started HanziHero last week? How did it go? How do you remember the stroke orders? I write. That's how I remember the stroke orders. I write. So, a year ago, like 2 years ago, I started with Duolingo. And we spent a year in Duolingo, like around 665 days, 365 days. And I used a strategy. I used an additional strategy that involves me making a mind web. So I mind webbed the characters. And in order to like draw, like in order to write like A to B to C, I had to write all the characters. And when Duolingo teaches, like when they do characters like kanji and Hanzi, they require that you write them. In the section, it requires that you write them. So you write those characters over and over again. And when you learn about, like when you get to maybe, I'm gonna say 500 characters, something like that, either in kanji or in Hanzi, usually you'll have enough stroke orders to, with enough practice, you have enough stroke orders to figure out what it is. Like for example, I didn't write these characters before. Like, not all these characters I wrote before, but it's pretty clear that it's got to be 1, 1, 2, 3, and then this is right. 1, 2, 3, 4, and the number is where your stroke begins. 5 and 6. Right, so you would write it this way. Right. And at some point you'll delineate what the stroke order is. There's a comfortable way to write it, and there's not a comfortable way to write it. Like, writing it this way is very uncomfortable. Like, instead of doing it this way. And then this, like, you could, this has a natural flow to it for English, so it would be like this. However, sometimes you would get something like this, and it would, a lot of times English would do this L and then do it this way, but it's this way. So you will end up over time, like this is 2, it goes this way and down in one stroke, and then this is 3 over here. That's how I remember. Well, technically you don't end up remembering the stroke order, you remember how to write it. Yeah. So, like, for example, you don't have to remember the stroke order, you know how to write it. Oops, sorry. So 1, 2, 3. So the idea is, over time, it's kind of like how you draw a circle. At some point, you're gonna start a circle somewhere. If someone asks you how you draw a circle, there's a chance you probably start up here and then go back around, and you start at this position. Even though every single position along the circle is equal for you, there will be a position that you end up starting all the time. And that's kind of how the writing thing worked. So I don't remember any stroke orders. I remember how it's supposed to be written. You see, you wrote yourself a script that shows the stroke order on the character page? Yeah, that's great. We were just wondering how I learned it. Didn't know Duolingo required you. Yeah, Duolingo required you to do that. Let me know how that turned out, mister. Let me know seeing the stroke order if it helps. So, I didn't use stroke order diagrams, but I always wondered if that works. So let me know over like the next couple months how that turns out for you. I know that I use pitch accent though. So I do use pitch accent, and because of pinging, right? Pinging is pitch accent to me. So since I read this so much, I can even write English with pitch accent, with tones and whatnot, and that worked. So I should think that when you have numbers, it should work too, like over time, as long as you're actively imagining it happen, right? So like when you're looking at this, you're like, oh, this is my new radical. It's 1, 2, 3, right? That's where the stroke order would be shown. 1, 2, 3, because you're writing from the start. You're always numbering from the start. I'm only showing this going backwards. So I've done the stroke order through practice, and then now I can number them going backwards. I haven't ever like decided to go forwards. There are also, by the way, if you're curious, there's also fundamentals. Stroke order has a fundamental, and you can, if you're like really structured and you like that type of thing, there's quite a lot of people who summarize the grid system. So like the quadrants. When you have a character, so those are the quadrants. And there are specific rules to the quadrants where they show. So like quadrant 1 is always first, and it always goes in a certain direction. So that's why quadrant 1 is like this. So there are very specific rules to where the quadrants are that you might find interesting on how like you decide where the direction is, like which direction it's going. Like why is this character going from right to left, for example? Like why did this go this way as opposed to like this way, right? Going this way. There are rules for stroke order, like generalized rules, like grammar rules, so to speak, like a pattern of stroke order that you might be interested in reading about. It can help with people who like to look at things systematically. Kind of like learning grammar in order to help you with sentences. Obviously, you can look at sentences and learn the grammar from the sentences, or if you're a systematic person, you can go the other way around. And then being able to do it forward and backwards is kind of the goal. So, and it's not that long. The stroke order, the stroke pattern rules are a few, like they're less than 10. There's less than 10 generalized rules for writing. Then you can apply them over and over again. And when you apply them over and over again, you'll be able to see the exceptions. So then you can focus on the exceptions and have fun with it, right? Whenever a character violates the exceptions. So things, this would violate some of the exceptions, right? So that's something to look forward to if you want. Sometimes when you learn all the stroke orders and then you look back and someone explains like, oh, hey, there's a pattern to it. It's like, oh, you might realize it over time. So if you see like numbers, if you constantly see numbers, I would say encouraging yourself to constantly think like, oh, it's always like, the reason why you know that the drops are always 1, 2, then the major thing is because this is in the first quadrant. So anything that stays in the first quadrant gets written first. Like if they're confined to a higher priority quadrant. And then this vertical expands to quadrant 1 and 2. So that's why it is written last, or it is written after the 1 and 2. Yeah. So it'd be really exciting to see if you see these patterns. I'll let you know how it'll go. You don't want to invest that much time into writing, to be honest. That's fair. So you just try to naturally pick up the pattern while having stroke order. You'll see how that will go. Yeah, for sure. One thing about HanziHero, since you're starting HanziHero, like I want to give you like the stroke order. If there's anything you can pay attention to that would like be a really fun exercise, is that when you visualize the characters, right? When I'm saying, for example, when I say Hoang, right? I see it being drawn in my head. So like I see it do this without my hand. Like it's being drawn in my head. So when I look at a stroke order or when I look at a character, I see myself writing the character in my head. And that process can involve seeing the number as well. So there's going to be an interesting thing where you could simplify things. And when you look at a character, like to recognize this is soul, you can always, one of the things you'll probably remember, the information you can remember is 1, 2, 3. Especially when it's going to differentiate between things. Like for example, this, one example would be if you're doing writing, you'll be able to differentiate between these two better. But now I'm curious if knowing the stroke order can make you pay attention to how they're different. The reason why I practice stroke order and writing is because then I notice the difference between these two. But stroke order will not necessarily get you the difference. Sorry, I can't fit 4 into that little gap. These guys have the same stroke order. So the idea is writing doesn't really give you that much return on investment, even like naturally speaking. So the idea is, I understand where you're coming from about the TBH and writing. It does apply somewhere when you're staring at it. So when you're looking, if you're interested in stroke order, it can get you to look more closely at the characters, which may play a role in the future. Like, for example, this character, this radical, is going to stay the same, right? This radical is going to stay the same. But if you don't look carefully, right, it can be paired with things like this. It can be paired with pretty much anything if it's available. So all of the bigger thing that you'll notice with your eyes would be taking up like 60% of your vision of this character, but everything else varies on its left side. So when you're looking at stroke order, if you always see numbers and stuff, you can differentiate them. All of these have different stroke orders. So instead of having to write it, if you see numbers arranged in a different way, you will be able to differentiate which one they are if you are able to connect them to the sides. Like this one can be paired with like other things too. And I'm writing like various things that it can be paired with. And that's where writing is supposed to serve a purpose. One of the major purposes of writing is when you go to write something, you'll remember that despite like this thing is one thing, the bottom is interchangeable. It could be this at the bottom as opposed to those 4 strokes. It could be this. So both of these can flip the bottom. And if you see stroke orders and numbers, it could help you with differentiating between them. It'll be interesting. I look forward to it, mister. How are you enjoying learning the system right now? So you said it's been a week. How are you liking the system? Or are you already over it? Alright. You think you have more problems with the tone association since you're American native? I see. And having stuff like O as bakery or An as pawn shop is tough to remember sometimes. Yeah, I get you. Because it takes one step away. So like you have to, it's double steps. So it has a few of them have a second step. So pawn shop, right? And you have to segregate into on. Yeah, I totally get you. All of these require 2 steps, and then the many others require 1 step. Like there will be like a temple, right? Temple requires an extra step into gong. Gong is then the temple requires 3 steps into ong, right? And then that you can see if you can find a clever way if you want to like replace them early on. Like if you choose to replace them early on, then it would become less of a thing. I actually ended up changing certain things going backwards. So like after a year, I understood that there are certain things that I prefer, and I actually retroactively changed them. It didn't take as long as one might think. For myself, that depends on how well you're good at editing habits, so habit changes. So in the future, you can decide you're like, if you're good with habit change, you'll change it later when you learn more, or some people prefer to change it right in the beginning. Like a pawn shop, instead of pawn shop, you could say it's a AN, like a antiquity store or something, like an antique store. An from an, so antique. You could like antique as in like British an, as opposed to an antique, right? you could choose, and it would still keep to the theme. So an antique store and a pawn shop is very similar because sometimes they can be secondhand. So that would be not a big move from Kevin's thing, but then it would start with antique, right? So I didn't need to change these things, but you can always choose to try to come up with a replacement because Kevin uses a modular system. So this system is modular in the many ways it can. So you can easily remove something and replace it without having to change everything else. Dough, like for bakery. That's something close to bakery would be tougher. I haven't really this I came up on the spot, but this yeah, that one's tough. O is tough. But you get the point. I hope. Like temple on I don't have one right off the bat for that one either. You think you'll just replace them? Stuff like Napoleon being new is just wild to you since your native language has ni in it, yeah, e or e in it, yeah, that's fair. Since my native language, my mother tongue is Fujianese, it already has ni in it, so I think of it as fish, but I still kept with Napoleon. Like it didn't really matter to me. However, the e sound is always like close to fish, so you could just replace it with a fish, for example. Like maybe like, and it would be like it would take 2 steps because then I would call it Nemo. And that's where Kevin, if you think about how Kevin is doing it, when he thinks about like bakery, and then he thinks about dough, right? I'm doing the same thing. So if I had created a structure for ni, this thing, ni, I would think of it as ni, the Fujianese ni, or ni. And I would think of a Nemo. So then I would call this Nemo because it has to be a character, a specific character. The reason why the character has to be specific is because then you can't mix it up with the rest of your mnemonic. So choosing a character that is distinct, as in you won't like a location like a bakery is distinct, so that when you go and learn the words and you're making up the mnemonics, which I do about 20% of the time, I rewrite the mnemonics when I feel like I could shape it a little bit. It doesn't interfere with bakery. So like anything else that your mnemonic contains must try not to like interfere with the actual word. So for example, if one of your locations is like ground, that's going to be kind of tough because one of your radicals is ground. So then every time ground comes up, you're not sure if the ground is part of the pinyin or it's part of the mnemonic. So the way Kevin did it was he ended up picking the parts that do not overlap with when you are reading the mnemonic for the meaning, and for the meaning specifically, because the mnemonic, these are vocabulary words, but for the characters, you can see that for the majority, these words don't occur again. So all these box words, they don't occur in the rest of the text. So all your mnemonics, like the mnemonics that you build are 80% something else. So all these words have to be keywords. They have to be words that you're not gonna have sun. And for the record, it's not foolproof because with enough mnemonics, you're gonna cover certain words. And for me, I had to do a little exception. Like one of the words was like daytime. And one of my radicals, there are multiple ones starting with this. So when the word means daytime, and I had to write a mnemonic that deals with daytime, I have to make sure that I distinguish it from having the radical day in the character. So eventually you'll have those things that you get to mess around with. And I think that's good. Like if you're already in the if you're already encouraging yourself like, I want to change this, I want to replace this and that works. I think that keeps someone active far more than trying to like not think about it. And then if you choose to replace it, that's perfectly fine. I actually ended up doing both. So Napoleon, for example, Napoleon is both fish and Napoleon. And I ended up using both in all cases, or more, since you can get used to it. So then if you forget fish, then I can still remember Napoleon. That does take extra time, and it might not be worth for someone who's trying to remember less. You really like it so far? Writing the pinging is as bad as you thought? Yeah. Do you like the numbers? Do you like using the numbers? I think using the numbers turned out to be far... it allows you to put an order to things. So you're always like, and hear me out. I know you said associating like the pinging and stuff, but like at least the tones are always in the order. So you're always like... When you end up putting in order to everything, you know, like this is neutral. When you put an order to everything, it actually ends up working out really well. To the point where like these things become really interconnected. Yeah, and I don't know when you're gonna encounter this, but in the future, whenever someone's like, oh yeah, this Master Chief and House you really don't get. Oh yeah, no, that takes a while. Like heckin' House. Oh my goodness, House and Master Chief. Yeah. No, so no initial. Master Chief is no initial. And then House is no final. And then House has a pivot. There's a pivot in House. So like for example, Yoshi in the House is Yi or Yi. It defaults to E when it's in a house. And for example, like House Wu can be seen as defaulting to Wu. So that stuff I'm gonna be curious how you figure it, like how you're gonna do it. I don't think it has a specific way to do it. So getting creative in how you're going to decide how to do this is going to be a thing, because the very first thing you're going to think about is, wait, I thought this was Yoshi in the beach house, because beach house is this with an optional E, right? So you could argue that Yoshi in the beach house instead of Yoshi in the house, where the E is dropped by concatenating it. That's gonna be an interesting thought. And then Wu could be Walter. Walter, it could be like bakery, because there's an optional O in front where you can concatenate it to Walter in. So I had to negotiate this stuff, which now is no longer. You think you still don't understand 100% understand what no initial or no final means to BH? Oh, okay. I'm trying to think if there's a in pinging. This is what I think, but I don't think It just happens to work out that way. In pinging, there's always a final and an initial. And oftentimes, what constitutes as a final and an initial is I wrote it backwards. So to me, let's see if this works out. I don't know if this actually works out all the time. An initial requires that it has a consonant with an optional with an optional vowel, and a final requires a vowel. So E is an initial, but there's no additional vowel. There's missing a vowel. But then there is something like right? So maybe it's more like the requirement of an element that is segregated based on consonants and vowels. So for example, a pinyin must have 2 elements, and the elements have to have a combination of either a consonant, vowel, like it has to have 2 clusters of consonant and vowels. So yi is a consonant and vowel, so it's one thing. When you add a u to it, then it becomes 2 things. So it's never paired. It always has to be paired up to minimally have a vowel in the end. And so it's about minimums. So minimums, you need another vowel for it to have 2 things. That's kind of how I look at it, but I don't know how other people look at it. So yi doesn't have a final because there's no vowel there. And I don't think that anything violates that. Like if you say woo, it's separated this way. I don't know. Honestly, I don't really know. It's complicated. Does it matter? Like, does it greatly affect? I'll have to get back to you on that. I've never really thought about explaining initial or finals. I'm trying to think of it now. You really feel like you're lacking some info on that? Yeah. Does it like, my thought is, does it matter in the end for your reading task? I'm not entirely sure. I have to get back to you on that. And remembering it just for the sake of it never worked for you, TBH. Oh, that's fair. So I you know, it's probably something not to worry about, because like when you're reading this, you know exactly where it ends. Your brain is like, do I really need to learn this? Yeah, like if you see this, right, just for the phrase, for instance, because of the way the tone works, it's always seen as one thing anyways. Like in the long run, despite it having finals and like initials and finals, when you end up getting used to seeing the like pinging, it gets clumped into one thing in the long run. So I would say probably not as pertinent as you might think. So like this is always Hoang, regardless if it has finals or initials. Like if it has both an initial or final, it's one thing. It's Hoang, Rang, right? Huang Da Wu. Let me know if that ever changes for you. I don't think I ever came up with like oh, this has a final or initial in a like a patterned way. I just tried now and it doesn't seem like it's coming to me.
恍然大悟，
恍然大悟. You think you will just picked up that naturally and ignore Master Chief or House? That's fair. Fair enough. Master Chief comes up very rarely, much rarely. The House is gonna come up a lot. Yeah, the House is pretty common because the nice thing is they're common with specific words. So, sure. Sure. So, sure. E. All versions of this is going to be house. True. True. So, every single one of these are going to be house. And these are the most common ones. So these sounds, anything ending with it, like, sure, e, t, like t, all of these things are arguably the most common. And then not having an initial is uncommon. Like, like, all of these are kind of uncommon. So these ones ended up for me being tougher. Personally, they ended up being tougher personally because of how infrequent they are. This house stuff, everything's in the house. When you're like, I don't know where this is happening, it's house. It's a house. So this, I would, if I had to like make a funny gesture about the future, house is definitely not going to be a problem. But this, yeah, I don't know. It's okay. Master Chief is, I think your first one is going to be R, which is son, involving son or child. No initial. Yeah, some fun stuff. I can't wait to compare more notes with you.
机舱，
Itong, I look forward to more banters in the future.
花瓣，
That's a flower petal, not a flower stem.
恍然大悟，
It's nice having Hanzi back compared to... It's nice having Hanzi back compared to Korean? Explain. Give me more details. I need more for that one. Mandarin is Chinese characters only. Korean is hiragana all the way, and then Japanese is a mix of both. Right? Yeah, because of their writing system, the modern writing system. They do have Hangwu, or is it Hanju? Hangwu, where like they used to have Chinese characters involved, but yeah, all of theirs is phonetic because of the modern Korean. I can't. I'm looking forward to maybe dabbling in the phonetic Korean. Yeah, they rarely use it now. Yeah, traditional, the traditional Korean, or I guess now it's more like archaic Korean. Yeah, the modern system is interesting. So, Americans or like English natives, if they didn't start with like Hanzi or like the Hanzi system, the Chinese script, they take to Korean pretty well because of its kana based structure, as opposed to like Japanese's hybrid thing. Trying to remember all the words in hiragana, yeah, Hangul is tough since it's a lot. Yeah, a lot is written with sound, written or sounds the same. Yeah, English. It's kind of humorous you say that because English is like mean in that way. Like for example, this is not mien, this is not mayin, this is mean. Like English demonstrates why when you try to attach written and sounds together to their proper, you know, their normal writing system, it's like, wait a minute, wait. That kind of thing, right? Like so then it's like, okay, well, this and this is the same, but this and this is not, like, maybe the same, you don't know. So all of this stuff happens in English quite a bit. So whenever someone like says in Korean, it's like, oh, it feels comfortable. Like the phonetic system feels comfortable. And that's kind of what I love about, like, in my opinion, what's funny and what I embrace about humans. Some things that are difficult and be easy because of comfort. And whenever someone's just like, oh yeah, Korean do this and this, and my first thought is, I'm reading these characters and they don't go anywhere. Like, it's not like I'm asking myself, wait, is this okay, I understand this is Hoang, but is it Hoang? Is it Hoang? Is it Hoang? No matter what, most of the time it's going to be Hoang. I'm not asking myself, like, and I still do this in English. I mean, my English proficiency is fairly high, but when today, what did I write? Protuberance. On WaniKani. And the problem with this word is I don't know if this is A or B. I've never seen this word before, right? The idea is if you're learning a language, you're using its script to be able to read the word. But when I'm remembering protuberance, I'm like, is that an A or an E? Is this an A or an E? And is this protuberance, as in there's an R in it, but it doesn't have an R here? Because this is related to the word protrude. Or protrude? Like, I don't know where it is. So then you ended up memorizing this. Like that's the kind of how English just feels. Like English is like, you just memorize it. And that kind of sucks. Meanwhile, you're like doing this, it's like, oh, a mnemonic system that's modular works very well. Right? Try making a mnemonic system that works modularly with English. I'm like, okay, well, all right, seam, neat. We'll make a mnemonic system for it. And then you write seam. And you're like, well, okay, I guess we'll write 2 sets of mnemonic systems for the 2 exceptions. Right? And then we have things like, okay, so what happens when you put like this? Serene. Like WTF English. Right? Because then you're like, alright, so do I use the same mnemonic system for all 3 of these? And then find an exception to them? Like, because this is pronounced serene. So rin, in, they're all ens. All three of these are ens. And I'm like, okay, well, let's just, and that's what I think of Korean's writing system. And that's kind of how I feel when you're only reading kana in Japanese. When you're trying to read Japanese only in kana, or like only in, even if you type romaji, is even worse. Like when you type romaji like this, like katakana, my first thought is, you would think it means katakana, as in like the writing thing, but if you know Japanese, you don't know what that means yet. Like you're not quite sure what that means yet. The thing about tones, when you start adding a tone, which could help, like pitch accent, the thing is Japanese pitch accent is incredibly consistent. It doesn't like ebb and flow. So you could write something like, this is rising, this is flat, this is lower, and then this is flat. So then it could help you define like which characters they might be. And I'm choosing this specific word for a strong reason, because in Japanese, there's a chance. No, there's not a chance. This is probably written in kanji. I just got katakana today. And that's so, I think languages are pretty funny in that way. Anyways, I'm glad you're enjoying the characters, the Hanzi. I'm looking for it. If you assume Jungo, if you have dialects, it is sometimes very different. Oh yeah, I can imagine. This, for instance, when you think of dialectic things as well, all of these also can vary too. The nice thing is these characters will never vary. You know what I mean? Like, despite the lovely thing about these characters is they're going to be these characters. There are a few exceptions. Obviously, there is like a 5% exception when like some things can be written slightly different, and when I don't, do I have an example here? Can be written slightly different. Like, for example, there is penmanship differences like this versus like straight down. But other than that, these characters stay these characters. They don't become like a different combination, right? Like they don't change. The characters themselves do not change. They stay. And that's kind of an interesting thought. One of the benefits of a compressed script. It's a different world, but you write English already, so it is pretty comical how well people still are able to write English despite everything is there. Like nowadays, it's a terror, right? Like when you go online and you're like talking to a Gen Z or a Gen Alpha, right? And you're like, BTW, you what? I don't know. I'm making up stuff. You what, mate? I'm like, okay. NGL fire? How do kids spell fire these days? That's what low-key fire, like that's, like, oh yeah, low-key, however you spell fire. Maybe it's an emote, right? Maybe it's a fire emote. That's phonetic. Like English is phonetic, right? It's supposed to be phonetic. So what happens is then you can do things like this. If if you decide to shorthand this and say, oh yeah, you know, I'm just gonna write it like this. Like, what the heck is that? Like, what I mean is these characters have less tolerance. They have less tolerance for you to like willy-nilly do things. So instead of having like fire spelled like this, or like this, I'm capitalizing for emphasis. So fire, right? Fire. All of these things then go away because you can't substitute characters. So you kind of have to put in quote unquote effort, and then your effort comes back out in that way. They're more stringent, and then you'll have less of these things where you're like trying to sound things out, so to speak, with the language, with the writing. So you're sitting there less saying like, how do you spell receive? And then how do you spell believe? And how do you spell reprieve? Right? I actually don't know if this is how you spell reprieve. I'm guessing that's how you spell reprieve. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Mm-hmm. All right, there we go. Anyways, good talk, good talk. Oh, suddenly. Oh, suddenly realized. Whoops. I forgot to write the rest. This work.
获利
What is vigor power? Like really excited. Like lots of enthusiasm. What's another way to say lots of enthusiasm? Maybe we could get away with enthusiasm? No. Boldness. Boldness. Okay. That's fair.
发愣
If there were a script to make something easier in HanziHero, what would it be? A script to make HanziHero easier? That's an interesting question. You already found one. The stroke order thing seems like it's gonna be an interesting experiment. They covered that. Let me think. Something that isn't available would be... So they covered sounds, right? They cover sounds. So they have a script that clusters sounds. They have a script that cluster appearances. I'm thinking of it more from like a thinking perspective. So when you're doing Mind Palace, when you have a Mind Palace, what are scripts that you would have? So they do cluster based on sound. They do cluster based on visuals. There is a lack of clustering based on synonyms. Oh no, not based on synonyms. Based on antonyms. They do have a cluster for synonyms. So these are like upper level, like upper above native clustering for like mind webbing situations. They bypass antonyms, so like things that are big or things that are small, right? Like having different fonts or being able to rewrite something instead of having to hit Control Z. I see. Oh, do you hit Control Z? Oh, okay. I hit backspace. Oh no, I do hit Control Z. You're right. I hit Control Z all the time. I was thinking if you're asking me for scripts that would make HanziHero easier, like what I was thinking you were asking to make the learning part easier. In terms of like functionality, I think I'm okay. Let me know if you end up coming up with like a script that makes your mechanical things, like if you ever find where you can cut mechanically, like auto submitting maybe is a thing that people talk about a lot. Auto, like whenever you trigger the right thing, it just auto submits. Usually anything that speeds up mechanical use, I don't tend to think about those things. I usually think about the learning aspect, because the mechanical thing, going faster can make you learn less, or you can pay less attention when things are more automated mechanically. However, I do know that they don't have antonym associations, and I don't know how you would script that. Outside of like farming, like needing a database that shows antonym relationships and then taking that database and overlaying it onto whenever something comes up. For example, like this is hua ban, right? Hua ban. So you might not have an antonym for flower petals, but you could have a synonym group for tree leaves. This is what webbing is. By the way, this also exists for Japanese. There is a complex web. I forgot what it's called already. Someone made a web interface, like a relational web interface for Japanese for their characters, and like based on sound and stuff. This would be like hua ban would be more like shu ye. And then you can combine shu ye to know what it looks like with shu ye is tree leaves. And then you see that I wrote it in pinyin instead of the characters. But if you can equate equivalents to them, it will make reading and like learning a lot easier. But this would be a high order, like a high order script. A high order script requires like a database that already do this, and you would if you don't have a database that already do this like analog style, you have to create a internal logic that pairs instances of words together. And then now we're talking about like your modern day AI model, right? But you could get the modern AI model to output a sheet that deals with contextual distances from each other. Then you can learn that tree leaves are like flower petals. To me, that's how I learn contextually in the future. So when you like talk about how do people learn how to talk in paragraphs and in sentences and build stories, they have to contextualize them eventually. So if you're ever like wondering how are you going to bridge your vocabulary and your Hanzi into sentences, you have to associate them by structure. So there's no structure yet. So this does not have a pattern of use, which WaniKani, what WaniKani does is they tell you pattern of use. They include the pattern of use. Basically common phrases or common things that are attached to it. So at some point you have to build phrases. And you can do it elsewhere, obviously. Like you don't have to do it in HanziHero. The idea is you're going to take your vocabulary and your Hanzi understanding, and you're going to take it to a place where you're going to develop sentences. So you don't necessarily have to build a script for HanziHero. Another tool can help you bridge that. Like a graded reader will help you bridge that. Like for me, the reason why I only set 树叶 is because I'm stuck with listening. The bridge I'm talking about between flower petals and tree leaves, for me right now, is auditory. Most of the stuff that I have connected to sentences and speaking languages is auditory. So it's not connected visually. So it's very difficult for me to bring up 树叶 in Hanzi. I can see it. If I see 树叶, I would know it's tree leaves, but I can't produce it. So it can make HanziHero a little bit easier in the future if that's the case. And what does this solve? If you're wondering, okay, so what's the point of this? Scaling. Scaling is what happens when you have Mind Palace. For example, the reason why this works is if you know 树叶, like the thing that I'm imagining in my head, then you know this too. So in the future, the more your vocabulary grows, the less and less you have to remember. Like it feels like you're remembering less because everything is concatenating together. So if you can express one, you'll be able to express the other. So that's kind of how you would form sentences when you're saying, oh, I was at the movie theater. But you could have said, I was at the theater. I was watching movies. I saw a movie. All of them are clustered. Saw, watch, movie, theater, film. All of those, and then seeing and watching are clustered together with them. So that's what produces Mind Palace. All of your things are so associated together that you're not necessarily having to remember what a movie theater is. You know what a movie is, you know what a theater is. Then you can put them together to create movie theater. That's not something that's in HanziHero at the moment. They don't necessarily, they give you example sentences. That's the closest thing. So that's a nice thing to have. Like for example, I'll give you this card, right? So the thing you have now is, oh, it's a little cut off, but like the first one, 你可以吃这些花瓣. So you could eat this flower petal, and flower petals are edible, right? It like rose petals, for example. 梅花瓣would be rose flower petals, like maybe like 梅花的花瓣, right? I said rose with a ban, with a 花瓣. Oh no. Like, yeah, I said rose petals, or like the rose 花, 梅花 would be rose plus flower. So you need flower next to rose to create rose, the noun. And then you add the to modify its possession of 花瓣. So that's where grammar comes in, right? But you don't necessarily need grammar in Chinese per se because they're kind of confined to their words anyways. So you kind of know that if you know the character for rose, which is ascribed to Mei, it's something like it's probably something like this. No, it's yeah, so this is Mei or Rose, but you're only learning the character. It needs a functional identifier. So you need Hua, probably. So then it's Mei Hua, and that's Rose. And then you know that these two are associated, but HanziHero doesn't do this. The way it does it is when you look up May, it's the vocabulary word, right? So if you look up May, here's May. The vocabulary word has Mei Gui, so they used Gui instead of Hua. So that's a part that you'll have to come to understand at some point. Whether like what type of modifiers. For me, I made a mental like over time I made a mental cue for myself. Like for example, Ren. Ren is not just used for a person. It's associated by feelings. So you type a feeling in. If you have a feeling character, Ren follows it because it's a feeling that human experiences. So when you have like annoying, for example, annoying would be the character for annoying plus Ren, or frustration, regret, resent. Yeah, so that's one of the other things that will become apparent later, which you're gonna intuit over time, or you notice these patterns, and that's how I get away with additional things. So Chinese has their words have built-in grammar, and eventually you'll notice them. It does make it easier if it just explains that earlier if you want, but or remind you. That's another way to remember what it is. But I think that's well into the future at some point. That's the most like interesting observation that I've made with, at least to me, that I made with something that HanziHero doesn't point out, but it's come through a lot. Like this too. Like this is a great example. Power. Li. Li is associated. Oh, and you already saw Fa. Fa is Fa is the act of carrying out something or to give off something. It's going to be introduced as send out. But whenever you have to do something, like if you're trembling, for example, if you're trembling, it's carrying out the trembling. So Fa would be attached to an action, a lot of actions. So if something is like radiating or being sent out or being expressed or being coming into being, Fa would be associated with actions. And there are various collections of carrying out. So if it's not Fa, it's another like character. And this could be considered as Chinese grammar. So when I'm trying to illustrate, when I tell people like, oh, the vocabulary, right? The vocabulary kind of tells you the grammar already in Chinese, because Chinese is written with built-in grammar. This is what I mean. Where like if you read the characters, you'll see the patterns built in, right? And it'll be so regular that you might not need anything to make it easier. But generally speaking, these things do exist. So whenever you're trying to make up words, like if you ever have fun making up words, this is kind of like, for example, this right here is going to be vigor. Anything that requires power and intensity, or like things that deal with releasing energy, is going to be coupled with Li, which is power. So if it's not vigor, it's strength. Force. Willpower. Labor. All of them are going to be coupled with power, because power modifies this strength, and so on. I think it's such a really fun, elegant thing. So to illustrate how I learn a lot of times, right? When I get a new character, like say Li is introduced, I'm like, huh, I wonder if Li pairs with po. So it's either going to be po li or li po, but li always comes second most of the time. So it might be po li. And then you look at the example and you see it's there. So over time, when you learn more vocabulary words and you learn more characters, you don't really have to even look at the examples. You're kind of expecting them to be there at some point. So your characters then form your vocabulary as well. It creates a bridge. Now, can you script some, like, is it helpful to script something like that to aid in someone's pattern recognition? Not really. If you're observing these things and you're actively participating in them, you're probably going to end up naturally acquiring them, which is what you said a couple of times. You're probably going to naturally notice these. And it's that clicking moment. Like when you click at different levels, it feels like that most of the time. Like when I'm doing lessons, my vocab lessons, I'm like, oh yeah, well, that makes sense. Yep, that makes sense. And then occasionally, like 20% of the time, I'm like, whoa, okay, that's a little weird. So then I spend most of my time focused on the little weird stuff. So then I don't have to spend a lot of energy thinking like, oh, I have to memorize this. It's like, well, that makes sense. This phrase makes sense. That's how Chinese works. And I don't know if I've gotten that way with Japanese. Occasionally Japanese like checks out, but there's so much about kana, like the kana side of things, that we were just recently joking about Korean and English. Yeah, that kana side of thing takes center stage anyways. So regardless if you were focusing on other things, it doesn't happen as often. Chinese, it happens a lot. Like da, this is another association. Da intensifies the thing that's following it. So when you're saying this is a like rang da. It's a sudden. It's a degree of realizing things. So that's why you have rang and then da wu. And wu is suffixal. Like it often gets tacked on to things that deal with realization. So you could have something like ming, probably, where it's bright. So if you have bright, and I'm not saying these are actual words, but the idea is you're understanding how characters relate to each other. So if you add ming to wu, it could be realized, it could be the essence of realized, because this is bright and this is realized. So when something you realize, it becomes brightened. The thing is more clear now. This could end up being clarify as opposed to realize. And that happens a lot. Rang is so, as in cause or effect. Sorry, it's effect. So anything that deals with something that happens and needs an effect, it becomes a li effectively. So like this is sun. This is Sutton Lee. So Rang, which is one of your earliest ones. Rang is like the very beginning. I think it might be HHK 1 or 2. Rang will be added to the end of something that is happening, because then it is that's what it happens. So Rang, so the reason why this phrase exists is because you have different components that are associated with each other. And those things give you like shortcuts. It becomes very immediate after a while. Like, oh, you can probably attach run to this. Oh, you can probably attach da to this. But you probably can't attach the other large or the other small to something. Really interesting. And that can possibly help with sounds, because then sounds will then lead to particular sound combinations that you will hear over and over again. Kind of extra layers, more information. Oops. So something vigorously with strength. Again, it's not enthusiasm that I'm looking for. Boldness. Yeah, like this stuff, you can think of boldness as enthusiastic. So eventually it will connect with your English too. Like in my opinion, you want to connect with your English, not like use English as a placeholder. So like I was thinking here, I'm like, okay, well, enthusiasm, what else can you say about something that's enthusiastic? Like what's more than being vigorous, being bold or courageous, or daring? All of these words are still within your English lexicon. So you start feeling the characters. The characters have feelings. Like, oh, well, I can't put my word to it, but I know what it means. Like that's kind of like the idea of contextual language, right? Like, oh, well, I get the point. Despite not having the English word for it, perhaps. And I think that's when you, when people say, oh, it starts to make sense now, or like it feels like things just happen. That's kind of where it feels genuinely really rewarding. You start looking at your lessons and you're like, you're learning like you're learning in English. Like for example, 钩子, 钩子 sounds like hook. So like I'm learning these vocabulary for the first time, but I'm not actually learning them for the first time. 钩子 would be, that's one of the things that I would expect. When I learned 钩, that's the new character, I would expect that 字 ends up pairing with it because it's an item. So 钩子. But then you might be thinking, how do I know that it's not 字 and it's 头? Because 头, a hook, has a head. But a hook is also small. Now, if you had an axe, right? If you had an axe and you wanted to say it's an axe, you would pair it up with 头, because axe, one of the big objects in an axe is its head. So an axe head equals axe. So when you have things that are like, but then you think, okay, well then how do you know about arrows? Well, arrows, you don't need to know the character for arrows at the moment, but it uses 头 as an arrow head. But it doesn't refer to the arrow itself. Those things sound confusing right now, but somehow over time you're like, yeah, that makes sense. You would add 头, but you don't really need it, but you also, it's fine if it's there. I think what it illustrates is this helps you know what you're thinking about here. So it's kind of redundant in a way. You could cut, if you cut this out, I'm not entirely sure if it would dramatically affect how you interpret this character. But Chinese has a wonderful redundancy built in my opinion. So learning vocabulary feels a lot less, I guess, maybe a little bit less strenuous than Japanese. Because there's the whole effect of kana in it. Anyways.
钩子谎言
Huang Yan. So like this is also again, like if you're wondering, this happens again. This is anything that deals with saying or language or a word or something that deals with something spoken or given off, like written, right? So when you're thinking about a lie, you would pair it up with either yu for language or say. So now when you have a lie, this is the new character that you're learning, that I got recently, Hoang, which is to lie. But lies are composed of words or saying or speaking. So you can probably put language in here too. It's these two, language and words, are paired together. So whenever you have something that deals with the act of speaking or words, you'll expect either this or what you think is yi. This one. The principal carrying thing is here. So just like the last one with wu, very similar. Like wu changes out these two. You get like I'm not sure if Japanese holds on to that too much, but Chinese does. I'm still looking in Japanese to find these things.
谎言，奢望，
Showang. Showang. Now there are other things. There are double words too, where like two of the characters, they mean the same thing and they double on each other. And the reason why they double on each other is when they're separated, it can differentiate them from the action and the noun. So oftentimes, like for example, if hope is next, or like this is to expect, but it becomes hope because you're looking at something good. This is extravagant. Extravagant is positive. So then this becomes hope. If you're expecting something and say it's like sad plus hope, it could end up it could be despair. So like if you're sad and you're expecting to be sad, it could be despair. That in positive and negative words also shift based positive and negative based on their existing sides. All of this stuff becomes intuitive at some point. At least I think. Like with reading, I'm not sure about speaking. Like when someone's speaking, I'm not entirely sure because I haven't done a lot of speaking with people. Yeah, see, high hopes, positive spin. Sure. Yep. Have again.
奢望，蹭，
It's really it helps a lot when you're interested in this way, at least in my opinion. Right. Good talk. Thanks for stopping by, mister. It's always I always look forward to our next giving me like I can't wait to hear what another week or another month will do. Yeah, good luck with your reviews. I hope you get excited. Like what I mean is the reason to talk about these things is to get excited, right? Like now you have certain things to look for. Maybe you want to counter argue me. Like for example, if we have a disagreement, you should go and look for the disagreements. The more you're involved in your reviews and whatnot, it becomes effortless because you're looking for things and you're paying attention to things. So if you disagree with me, find where you can disagree with me, because when you disagree with me, you're also paying attention to something. And then I would learn something from it and then we build something. So yeah, good luck, good luck. It's great to have someone to talk to every now and then about what they're thinking about. Come back with more notes. Like I would love to hear your notes. Good luck, good luck. Tongue. This looks like tongue. Tongue. Tongue is the closest thing. Yeah, tongue. Yeah, until next time, mister. Until next time. So we're using tongue as the basis for this. Tongue. Casper is in the bathroom of the English Manor, where he has blurry vision, so he keeps rubbing his eyes. Okay. An imp skips across the marble floor and offers a wooden leg that, if rubbed, will clear. Okay. That's a little rough. Let's go do it. So Casper is in the bathroom of the English Manor, where he encounters the rich It's a service imp. I'm thinking Harry Potter right now, but it's fine. Casper. Service imp. He noticed that the imp is rubbing his legs and having problems moving from the tired work. He tries to offer the imp a wooden leg as a form of walking stick. Good old Casper. Okay. Rubbing. Gua tongue. Makes sense. Gua tongue. Scraped from the rubbing. Scrape. Just scrape.
蹭
Tongue.
捶
Tray? Yeah, that looks like Tray. The right hand, Willow. The thump. Interesting. Droop. This is Droop right here. And it's Tray. So Chucky is inside the beach house by the bay, training his killing skills. In front of him is a large willow, and he thumps it with his fingers, trying to take it down by thumping it alone. Okay, he does so while wearing some sunshades and bathing suit. The thumping sound echoes. All right, yeah, that's good. I'm okay with that. Or pounding. Oh, that makes sense. Da, da, and what else got? Trey Bay. Oh, the thump back. The thump the back. Literally on the back. Gotcha.
捶
Alright.
钩子 谎言 捶 蹭
Ugh.
奢望
Okay. Next one.
科
K. Do I see a K? The closest knock that I know is Qiao. It could be Qiao Ke or Ke Qiao. I don't know if Ke screams to me though on the right. This is gonna be used for past, and there's no Ke for past. No. I think we're stuck with this. There could be a chance Dish can combine Ke somehow. No, it doesn't. Okay. None of these carry sound. Kermit the Frog. Knock here is in the sense of knock into or knock out. Oh, so not in the form of knocking. Interesting. So it wouldn't go with total. Yeah, to knock out someone. So like to take someone out. Or like knock something into another thing. Like as opposed to knocking. So that makes sense that it would have head to knock out someone. So to koto. To koto. Yeah. This is to like KO someone. Alright. Oh no! It's to koto as in like... Interesting. Oh, it's kauto, it's to like hit your head on the ground to show respect, like in a pleading sense. Interesting. So this is the formal character for when you present yourself to someone high and then you're bowing your head and you're hitting your head onto the ground to show like respect and whatnot. Oh, okay. Wow, that's very specific. Yeah, so you're knocking your head into the ground. Kermit the Frog is in front of the electricity plant, not looking where he's going. He accidentally knocks into a large stack of dishes that are on the concrete with his elbow. The knocked into dishes fall over into the soil. The electricity guards run out and start throwing stones at Kermit for knocking into the dishes. We're gonna just reverse it and say like Kermit is helping. Okay. I think we're gonna do like Kermit is in front of the electricity plants. Helping out, right? Helping out. He is making sure that the energy dishes set up for the power plant are properly set up by nudging it, right? Nudging it with his elbow just in case, so that none of the dishes will fall over into the soil and stones. And also making sure no stones and soil are on the dishes, right? The knock, that's interesting. I didn't realize you can write that in English. Kowtow? Koto? Koto? I don't know how you pronounce that in English. It could be kowtow or koto. Or it could be like kowto or kotao. We got ke.
科华
Hua? Clamor. There is a hua in here. The right is hua. Or like Chinese. But, okay. It's to clamor. Hua. I think we can get away with using hua. Yeah, for China. Oh, double clamor though. We're gonna make it about China. Might as well. So, say Hulk. Hulk is inside the auditorium. Where he is. Oh, and his auditorium where he is hired to clamor about the word on the street about how cool the play is, about the Chinese play is about the part of China that he helped rescue during his superhero days, I suppose. I don't know, something like that. We gotta throw in hua somehow. Hua ran, yep. Uproar, makes sense. Hua bian, to change into clamor. Or is that? Yeah, interesting. The mutiny. I can kind of see it. I didn't realize bian can be negative.
华罗
I feel like bian was more like neutral. Luo? Gauze. Look like a luo? Oh, I don't think so. Have anything that would give me law? Maybe it's a combination of... Turkey is hard to replace. And Turkey's terrifying. Oh, there is a law. Yeah, to patrol. Okay. Patrol, huh? Luke Skywalker is inside the lobby of the office building trying to catch a turkey that is running around. Right, same deal. Same mnemonic. Failing to catch it with a net, he instead makes an extremely thin silk gauze and hangs it over one of the pathways. Sure enough, the turkey gets tangled up in it and is captured. When trying to remove the turkey from the net of the gauze, Luke is pecked and he applies some gauze over his... Okay. It's a loose thing, but yeah, Luke is kind of an engineer, you know, resourceful. And it's not resourceful in the same way that Jimmy Neutron is, so we'll keep that going. Law Pan Compass. Excuse me? Inescapable net. Tian Luo Diwa. Heaven, gauze, earth, and net. I'm not getting the essence of gauze in either of these, honestly. I feel like it's more... Heaven's net. See, this says gauze and tray. Yeah, I'm not sure about this one. This one needs some help. At some point. But we'll go with gauze for now. Yeah. It lines up with Yu. Yu for pleased or delighted, right? Off the armory. Yeah, pleased. Now with the heart. For more, Yugi is in the bathroom of the house where there's an armory in the corner full of hearts. Yugi starts to take out the hearts and move them from the armory into the bathtub. However, the more... Okay. Not gonna help me out. So Yugi is in the bathroom of the house where he has recently... I don't know. Return from the armory with more equipment. He is working up more willpower. I don't know. He stands in front of the bathroom mirror and working up more willpower to confront, I don't know, the concerns of his heart. He is trying to place more heart into his pursuit of protecting people. I guess. I don't. That's kind of a. Oh, Yi Lai Yi. Oh. Instead of like Ye Lai Ye. Interesting. Yi Yan, Yi Lei. Oh. More performance, more tired to intensify? Oh no, a different lay. More performance, more vigorous to intensify. Ah, okay. Perform more with more intensity. Intensify. Kai.
玉
Oh, whoops. More.
轿
Jiao. Sedan chair. Wait, what the heck's a sedan chair? Like a car sedan? Wait. What the heck is a sedan chair? A sedan. That mean the same thing? Oh, historically, it's an enclosed chair for conveying one person. Conveying one person carried between horizontal poles. Oh, those sedans. Oh, okay. Oh, I can kind of see why then cars are sedans. I see. Jimmy Neutron. Oh wait, is there a Jiao in this? There is a Jiao. I think. But not in the same way. It's the tower. Jiao or proud. Yes. But the other one's Qiao. Jimmy Neutron is in the bathroom of the barn washing his hands. Okay. Next, he claps his hands and his car arrives through the door. It is a sedan chair that is carried by 2 cows which can walk on their hind legs. The sedan, 2 robotic cows. The sedan chair looks like a miniature high-tech tower. Jimmy gets in and claps his hands and his sedan chair is carried. Alright, we're just gonna go with it. High-tech equipment. Jiao che and Jiaozi. Yeah.
轿
Okay. Alright. Here we go. Oh, I do need to cover the characters before the day is over. It's 8 a.m. Dang it. Darn you! Wait. Did I come up with anything for this? Oh, yeah, I did. Oh, because it uses elbow instead of pass. Oh, no. Do I have to worry about that?
喝
We'll see. We'll see.
裸 轿 玉 滑
Okay. So here's the thing. I do need to do the... Oh no, it doubled down on the characters too. I mean, for the review, I forgot about that. Okay. We do want to cover the characters, but we're just gonna do it. We gotta rip it. So let's go and do this here.
吃
What's up with all these... What's up with all these components? The heck? Oh no. Alright, now we got to the characters, right? Hopefully not too many, maybe.
反 凤 毛 马
What?
Hoang. Mo.
This is probably silence. Okay. All right. Wait, what does the spray have to do? Oh no. Do we just YOLO it?
Lü.
Oh boy. Oh no, that's fine.
Yi. Liu. Wu. Jian.
I want to say it's oh no, it's not. Huh.
Lan.
Yo, what? Hmm. I don't know what that is at the moment.
Jie.
Aura and I think that's member. It's gotta be. Oh no, it's not. It's not member. It's the moon thing. That requires help. I have to redefine that one. Paste is not good. Okay.
Zhan.
Okay. And what happened here? Why does it not feel like it's anything? Must be. Oh, could it be like
Shi.
okay.
Zha.
What the? Oh. Yeah, okay. That's gonna be a bit. We fixed the soul recently. We tried. Oh no. How do I not know what this is? Is it Hey, how? Yeah. Back to that.
Go.
What? Oh. Hmm.
连缀
Hmm.
Yi.
Joy is fine too. Joy. Joy. Joy is. What? Hmm.
Yi.
Okay. Some part of me wants to tie. Oh no. Oh no. No. What? Okay, that's definitely not what I think it is, so gotta think about that.
容
Or melt. Melt.
分
Oh no. Okay.
So. 高
The heck? Oh. Oh, that's a misspelling. That's a typo.
Y. 专
Oh no. I gotta think about it.
名
Hmm. Really?
手 斗
So what happened here? I thought it was... Oh, no, wait. Yeah, I thought it was... Oh no, it's not. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I thought it's... Really thought it's Oh, I fat fingered 5 instead of 4. Why do I think it's long?
狼
Oh. What's going on there?
绑 甩 葱
Okay. So what's happening here? Oh.
和 鱼
煮
剩 欠
That's Xing. I think it's Xing. What happened here? What's going on here? It is Mung. Oh, I typed Mung, not Mung. That's my bad.
煮
What?
网
Okay. Oh no, it's not. Oh, it's Sheng. Did I type Sheng or did I type Shun? Shun.
福
I'm gonna go on a limb and say
肯
no. What? What? Oh no.
顺 梦
This is like, what is it? Like the first days of the season. Or first months of the season. It's fine.
讲 见
Oh.
母圆
Really? I have no idea what that is. I think we're gonna have to change. We're gonna have to edit that one. White, scepter, stone. I don't know. Send help. Okay, hang on.
Hoang,
Oh, that's suddenly.
Li, Xu,
Uh. Hold up. It's not in disgrace? Okay. So, Ru, right? Yeah.
Yu, Xian,
That's chirp.
Men,
How do I... Metal? Guinea pig. That's gotta be... Oh no. I'm gonna pass on tin. Forget tin. Yeah, forget tin.
Zai,
Not today. T.
Ru, Qi, Tui, Xuan, Miao, Fa, Yu, Xi, Hui, Chu, Xiang, Chu,
That's a coincidence.
Long, Tuo, Shu,
And not the white jade stone or white stone on the scepter. Really? That not at the jade stone? Okay, okay. But it's a white scepter with the jade stone. Yes. What in the... I don't remember
Huang?
this? Okay. Uh-oh.
B
Oh no. Oh, that's ta. That's...
他
Oh no. No.
盐
Or stone. It's fine.
侠
Oh no. Okay.
道 满 糖
Oh, I just went for it. Man.
永会 剁
What? A rock?
Ming 景 永
YOLO? Okay, that didn't work. uh...
借
How do you, like... back off? How do you back off people? It's not that... It's not abstain! It's kind of like admonish. Okay. It's fine. Same difference. Or, like, I was intended... How do you, like, back off people? Okay, Oh no, I lost it.
树 富
That's rough.
主 央
The heck? I want to say like... Oh. I don't know what that is.
尬
I have no idea what that is.
拢
I It's clearly not that. Very new.
写
So what? This like, oh, okay. The den thing, yeah, the mountains. Okay, all right. Oh, is it like
Ge 愁
yellow?
法
What the members in Hill? The heck is that? I don't know what that is.
Kang 呼
I don't know what that is. We're gonna have to work on that one. What do I do with tremendous power? Tremendous power doesn't describe anything. We're gonna need help with that. Yeah, that doesn't work. Surveyed is not good. That's not working out. And this one isn't either. So what? Seaweed. Oh, could it be?
铺
What? Oh, see. Dude, there are so many characters. The heck? What? Something makes me want to type like
R
I don't know why it's R. Oh. I don't think it's, yeah.
聂
That one's rough.
西 之
What's going on here? I have no idea what that is. Gonna have to modify that too. Hmm. Oh no. Huh.
深
Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Right.
堪
This one we're gonna work on. I don't know about this one. Why am I losing the fingers? What does the fingers have to do? It's like, it's kind of like frustrated. Yeah, frustrated. Okay. I think that's okay. This is like, preventing without authority or something. Right. Chung. Okay. It's Shrek. Oh, you know what? There's nothing pointing to the pawn shop, actually. Yeah, there's nothing pointing to the pawn shop. Okay. I need to somehow establish a Shrek and not a Hulk. It's kind of a 50-50. It's in the wrong place. I kind of edited that just now. Did I use... Yes, I did. What? Oh. Sure, not sure. Xiao. Why am I typing Jiao? Oh wait, maybe it's not. I have to double check.
宁 汉 飞
What? Oh, I wrote the wrong tone. Wrong tone.
错 笑
I have no idea what this is. Oh, wait. Could it be like... or not? Hmm. What? Oh, one, not one.
硕 温 老
Somehow I want to type. Okay. Okay. Alright. That's fine. 350. Good enough for now.
熟 愁 齐
The heck? This there. I don't know how am I gonna remember there. This is not. This is weak. Let's go and work on T. Not good enough. And this isn't good enough either. Again. Oh gosh, I worked on this so many times. Sorry. That's so awful. Hmm.
双 哼
That's so weird.
善 允
Okay. That's it. How about clearing those characters? At least minimum. I can 8:40 a.m. All right. We're only gonna do these and trust the That's my vocabulary for now. I haven't heard sentences in a while. That's kind of everything. We have tray. Tray. Hoang. Ke. Door. Jiao. Yu. Hua. All right. So Charlie Brown, no, Chucky, inside, beach house. Really? Inside or outside? Inside. Okay, that's a little weirder than I thought, even though I thought it was J. I don't know, using his fingers to heckin' thump furniture made of willow. Oh, actually, I have no idea how willow. Let's see. We'll go with yeah. Yeah. Oh, no, I see it. Willow. Thump the willow. Practice his assassination skills. I guess maybe with a drooping willow. Then we have Casper, bathroom, English manor. Looking to an abused. An abused imp. Rubbing its legs, right? Rubbing its legs, offering a walking leg. Okay. Hermit, out front, electricity plant. Making sure the power generator dishes are sturdy, and using his elbow, knocking it. See if it's sturdy, clear it of soil, dirt, and rocks. Okay. Luke Skywalker inside the office building, once again being in charge of wrangling a runaway turkey. Keep escaping, so he devised a special gauze out of silk, serve as a net. Very thin net. He's patrolling. Patrolling is the link law for patrol. Okay. Jimmy Neutron, bathroom, barn. Learning to do barn work the genius way. Claps his fingers. A car shows up with a sedan cabin, very high up, like a tower. Oh my gosh, heckin' tower. How do we do tower? That makes sense. Okay. And then Yugi, bathroom, house. Got some preparation from the armory. Working up more more equipment. Working up his heart with more willpower to go on. More everything. Hulk. Hulk. Inside auditorium. Spreading the word. Clamoring about his exploits in China, I guess. That's depicted in the play. I think it's like... Actually... That's a weird one too. So... Okay, the 4 that we have is Gal. How do we get Gal? The Heckin Tiara is the worst part of this character. Oh. Actually, paste might be the part that's terrifying. Kun is pretty bad too. All of these are recurring. Oops, yeah. Oops. What was this? Kun. Wait, is it Kun? No, it's Kun. Okay. And Qi? Qi is pretty... Oh, I think that's incorrect. It's probably more like this. Okay. Because this is... Got T, bears. What was the other one I was about? S for this. Yen is man. That's 2 things? Oh, no. 1 thing. Member is selfish. Fall. Okay, let's look at these quickly before I lose my sanity. Okay, so let's look at Gal. Maybe I can connect it with Cake? That doesn't... Oh! But I can connect it with Tall. Okay. And also in the front where he's trying to help the animals in the barn at night. Right. He communes with the barn animals. When they call out their mouths. Offer them. Maybe he conjures up a special tiara to place on top. To understand them. Paste. All doesn't really help either. Alright. Healing ointments and healing and growth. Paste and ointments that allows the animal to grow up tall and healthy. The moon is kind of just lost. Okay. How does Kan work? Yeah, there's a shun in there. Surveying. Maybe surveying and recording a list of what secondhand goods are available from the incoming patrons. He manages to make a full list of secondhand goods that will help out pawn shop owner. But how does this relate to Kermit? Doesn't really. Managed. Hey. Despite having your arm and legs to be running around and surveying. I don't know. That's okay. So the read is not the problem because it always looks like T. Else trying to with sorting all of their laundry that has been lost all over their furniture. Tries to use a clothes hamper. Right, sucking up all the laundry and then spitting it out into clothes hamper to be able to wash their clothing. Can I lock it with something else? Period, flag, chess. Maybe gathering all of their laundry in a short period of time. All right, next one. I don't know how I'm gonna do this one. This one is rough. Fall. Is there anything I can attach to fall? Wow. Members. Shadowy Hills, I even did that. Profile documents. There's so many falls. And that's just a meteorite. Well, you know what? We can attach it to meteorite. We discovered that to do with a stone that has fallen from the sky. Something about an ancient full meteor. That has fallen near the hills by when many of the members were around. Okay. Alright, that's a wrap for today. Still managed to do the bottom line, I suppose, for HanziHero. Tomorrow, hey man, I'm not quite sure how I'm going to make up the time. So we'll have, what, this is the last week of February? Okay. Alright folks, that's a wrap for HanziHero today. If you're gonna watch this later, shishia. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up HanziHero for yourself, give it a go. You're always welcome to come on by and yap on occasion here and there. I love to discuss things, you know, bring your enthusiasm. It is really wonderful to share, right? To share the experience, but it doesn't have to be sharing the experience. Translationally, you know, we can create bridges of connection and discussion. I really enjoy comparing notes as people go about. I love enthusiastically talking about those things because when one is enthusiastic, another person may be enthusiastic, and if it's a shared experience, it's even more magical than that. Banter back and forth, get people excited and hype, challenge each other's notions and whatnot. That creates an excitement, a level of you know, a refreshing element of participation. I know, like, WaniKani is really not the. I talked about this when I met the other person during WaniKani. Exposure is fairly limited because I do things very differently, I suppose, but it's that difference that makes one interesting and invested. So certainly you can, I echoed this before, certainly you can trust the process, but trusting the process is not a passive, it's not a passive activity. At least I try not to encourage people to see it as a passive activity. Just because someone guarantees you that their tool is the best, if you're passive, You can only get as much as whatever the tool is able to passively instill in you. But when you talk about it, engage in it, and discuss it with other people, that's when there's transformation happening, right? It goes beyond, that is what I refer to as the process. The process involves output, feedback, critical thinking, and exploration, all while you're using something. So today was a really refreshing time to talk to someone who's been starting their HanziHero stuff. Until then, 大家下次见. Right, 感谢观看. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys in a little bit because not that long, only 6 hours from now. Take care and good luck. Bye bye.